Tonight we embark on the legendary journey of Julius Caesar, a man whose name has resonated through the ages as one of the most formidable military leaders and political masterminds in history. His story is one of ambition, conquest, and an unyielding drive toward destiny. From his humble beginnings in a Rome torn by political chaos to his rise as a formidable general and statesman, Caesar's journey is nothing short of legendary. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Popule's cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, Yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the Triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative, aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched-earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the Siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. by declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position. Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769, on the rugged island of Corsica, just months after the island was transferred from Genoese to French rule. His family belonged to the lower ranks of Italian nobility, but their status did little to protect them from the harsh economic realities of life under new rulers. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man who managed to align himself with the new French administration, gaining a modest political role and securing a scholarship for his son. From an early age, Napoleon was different. He was fiercely intelligent, fiercely proud, and fiercely Corsican. He spoke with a thick Corsican accent, and his French was broken, which made him a target of mockery when he was sent to mainland France for school. Yet the boy, who barely spoke the language of his new country, absorbed everything. History, mathematics, strategy, and the lives of great leaders filled his imagination. He was determined not just to learn, but to rise. In 1779, at just 9 years old, he left Corsica to attend military school in Brienne-le-Château. It was here that the seeds of ambition truly began to grow. Napoleon was isolated, often mocked by his classmates for his accent and modest background. But instead of retreating, he immersed himself in books, particularly those about military history and philosophy. He studied Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Hannibal. While other boys played games, Napoleon envisioned empires. At 16, he graduated and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French artillery. It was an achievement that few from his background could have expected. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Napoleon was still a young officer. But the chaos and collapse of the old order created opportunities. The revolution overturned the social hierarchy. Nobles fled, and the military command structure was shattered. For men like Napoleon, it was the opening of a door that had long been shut. He returned briefly to Corsica, but found himself at odds with the island's revolutionary leader Pasquale Paoli. Their conflict turned violent and forced Napoleon and his family to flee to mainland France as refugees. It was a humiliating moment, but also a turning point. Now stripped of his home and his former identity, Napoleon embraced France fully. His rise would be built not on aristocratic birthright, but on talent, ambition, and an unshakable belief in destiny. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he got his first chance to prove himself. As a young artillery officer, he suggested a bold strategy that turned the tide of the battle. His plan worked and British forces were driven from the port. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. It was the beginning of a meteoric ascent, from a boy mocked for his Corsican accent to a commander who had reshaped a battlefield. Napoleon had begun his journey from obscurity to legend. In 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte had already proven himself to be an intelligent and determined officer, but it was during the siege of Toulon that his brilliance truly began to shine. At just 24 years old, Napoleon found himself thrust into a crucial military engagement that would set the course for his future and elevate him to the highest ranks of the French army. Toulon, a strategic port on the southern coast of France, had fallen into the hands of British and Royalist forces. The French Revolution was in full swing, and Toulon's defection to the enemy was a major blow to the revolutionary cause. The city was heavily fortified, and its defenders were well equipped. The French government, in desperate need of a decisive victory, turned to the young artillery officer Napoleon Bonaparte to help reclaim the port. The situation seemed dire. Toulon was a fortress surrounded by high ground, giving the British forces a clear advantage. The city was also home to a powerful fleet of ships that could threaten France's naval supremacy. But Napoleon, with his keen understanding of military strategy, saw an opportunity where others saw only a challenge. His first insight was that Toulon's defenders relied too heavily on their naval superiority and the natural fortifications of the surrounding hills. Napoleon proposed a bold plan to position French artillery on the high ground surrounding the city, targeting the British fleet and cutting off their ability to resupply. The idea was audacious. It went against the traditional strategies of siege warfare, which focused on direct assaults and attrition. But Napoleon believed it was the key to breaking the stalemate. His strategy was built on speed, surprise, and precision. He oversaw the construction of artillery positions on the heights surrounding Toulon, directing his men with incredible energy and focus. Despite facing difficulties, poor weather, logistical issues, and constant pressure from the enemy, Napoleon's plans began to take shape. The artillery batteries were established, and soon they began raining fire down on the British ships and the Royalist defenders within the city. The British fleet, unable to escape the bombardment, was forced to retreat, and the French forces gained control of the heights. With the strategic advantage now in their hands, the French army launched a decisive assault on Toulon. The city fell, and the Royalists and British forces were defeated. Napoleon's strategy had worked to perfection. His role in the victory did not go unnoticed. His innovative tactics, bold decision-making, and tireless work ethic earned him the respect of his superiors and the loyalty of his men. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24 years old, a remarkable achievement that recognized his military genius. This victory at Toulon was not only a testament to Napoleon's brilliance, but also a defining moment in his career. It marked the beginning of his rise to power, and it set him on a path that would lead to the heights of military and political greatness. The siege of Toulon revealed to the world what Napoleon was capable of, a young officer with the strategic mind of a seasoned general, a man who would go on to reshape the face of Europe. The year was 1798, and Napoleon Bonaparte, now a rising star in the French military, embarked on one of his most ambitious and ultimately disastrous ventures, the Egyptian campaign. This was a bold move that would shape his reputation, but also mark the beginning of his downfall. The purpose of the campaign was clear: to disrupt British trade with India, weaken British influence in the region, and establish French dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. But behind the military strategy was a grand vision. Napoleon dreamed of creating a French empire stretching across the Middle East, a vision that would secure his place in history as a conqueror. The Egyptian campaign was a gamble, one that Napoleon hoped would pay off. At the time, Britain's economic power was largely tied to its control over trade routes to India, the crown jewel of its global empire. France, under the leadership of Napoleon, wanted to disrupt this trade by occupying Egypt and threatening Britain's access to the subcontinent. Napoleon's ambition was fueled by the belief that defeating Britain would not only elevate his stature, but also reshape the global order. The campaign began with the landing of Napoleon's army in Egypt in July of 1798. Napoleon's forces faced a hostile environment, far from the familiar European battlefield. But Napoleon, ever the visionary, did not simply focus on military conquest. He also brought along a team of scholars, scientists and engineers, members of the Institute of Egypt, whose task was to document and study Egypt's rich history, culture, and natural resources. This side of the campaign was just as important to Napoleon as the military victory. He saw Egypt as a place where French culture, knowledge, and influence could be spread across the Middle East. But the realities of the campaign soon began to diverge from Napoleon's grand vision. After a relatively easy landing, the French forces quickly marched toward Cairo, where they encountered their first serious opposition. The Battle of the Pyramids, fought on July 21, 1798, would become one of Napoleon's most famous victories. Against a much larger army of Mamluks, the elite soldiers who had ruled Egypt for centuries, Napoleon employed his now signature tactic, the use of artillery to break the enemy's formations. With devastating precision, Napoleon's artillery devastated the Mamluks, while his infantry followed up with rapid assaults, breaking the enemy lines. The battle was a triumph, and Napoleon emerged as a hero. The Mamluks were crushed, and Egypt was effectively in French hands. Napoleon's victory at the pyramids cemented his reputation as a military genius, but the true challenges were only beginning. The real test came when Napoleon's forces, after securing Cairo, began to face the realities of operating in a foreign land, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The logistical challenges were overwhelming. The French forces, though skilled in battle, were unprepared for the harsh desert environment. They faced constant shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The army was not trained for the desert's brutal conditions, and disease began to spread rapidly through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, and other tropical diseases decimated the troops. The very terrain that had allowed Napoleon to achieve victory at the pyramids now became a death sentence for his army. Meanwhile, in Europe, the situation was shifting. While Napoleon was focused on Egypt, the British under Admiral Horatio Nelson were preparing a counterattack. In August of 1798, Nelson's fleet destroyed the French navy at the Battle of the Nile, trapping Napoleon's forces in Egypt. The loss of the French fleet was a crushing blow, as it cut off any hope of resupply and escape. Napoleon's brilliant military mind had failed him in this regard. The British Navy's dominance at sea meant that any plans for a quick retreat or reinforcement were now impossible. Napoleon's campaign was turning into a logistical disaster. The situation in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. The French forces began to suffer not only from disease and shortages, but also from the growing hostility of the local population. While Napoleon had initially been welcomed as a liberator by some, his presence soon turned into a burden. The French occupation sparked resistance, and Egyptian insurgents began to rise up against the foreign invaders. The French found themselves embroiled in guerrilla warfare, which drained their resources and morale. The campaign had begun with such grand promises, but had now become a long and costly struggle in a foreign land. Napoleon's ambition began to falter. The situation in Egypt became untenable. After nearly a year of fighting, Napoleon made the difficult decision to return to France, leaving behind his forces in Egypt. The retreat was marked by confusion and failure. Although the scientific missions continued to explore Egypt's wonders, Napoleon had failed to establish a lasting French presence in the region. The Egyptian campaign was a failure in the long term, but it still had significant effects on Napoleon's career. He returned to France in the fall of 1799 to find the political landscape in turmoil. The French Revolution had entered a new phase, and the political chaos that had characterized the previous decade had opened the door for Napoleon to seize power. In November of 1799, just a few months after his return, Napoleon staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the French Directory and establishing himself as first consul of France. Despite the failure of his Egyptian ambitions, Napoleon had succeeded in his ultimate goal, to increase his power and influence. The Egyptian campaign had been a gamble, one that had failed in many ways, but it had also proven Napoleon's ability to rise from setbacks, inspire loyalty, and secure his place at the center of French politics. The military brilliance he had displayed in Egypt, even amid chaos, would become the foundation for his future successes, even if the desert's harsh conditions had ultimately turned his dream into a tragic and costly affair. The year was 1799, and the winds of change were sweeping through France. The revolution, which had begun a decade earlier with cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, had left the country in turmoil. After years of war, political instability, and economic crisis, the revolutionary ideals that once promised to reshape France were now a distant memory. The Directory, A five-man executive body that had been running the country was crumbling under the weight of corruption, inefficiency, and public disillusionment. France was on the brink of collapse, and the people were desperate for stability. It was in this moment of chaos that Napoleon Bonaparte, the brilliant and ambitious military leader, made his return to France. Having just completed his ill-fated Egyptian campaign, Napoleon found himself facing a country in disarray. Yet, he saw an opportunity to seize power, to capitalize on the disillusionment with the current government, and to restore order to the chaos. But Napoleon's return was not merely about restoring France to greatness, it was about his own personal rise to power. He had already proven himself to be a master of strategy on the battlefield, and now he would turn his keen political mind to the task at hand. In October of 1799, Napoleon returned to France in the midst of a political crisis. The Directory was struggling, and the French government was deeply divided. Revolutionary fervor had given way to cynicism and fear. Napoleon, with his military fame and reputation, was seen as a figure who could bring stability to the country. He was welcomed by some, but feared by others. The time was ripe for change, and Napoleon was determined to take advantage of the situation. He quickly allied himself with key figures in the political establishment, including the directors of the Directory and leading members of the opposition. But his true ambition was clear. He was not interested in simply being a figurehead. Napoleon was positioning himself to seize ultimate power. The coup that would change the course of French history came on the 18th of Brumaire, year the 8th of the revolutionary calendar, November 9, 1799. The plan was simple but daring. Napoleon would use his popularity, military influence, and the disarray of the French government to overthrow the Directory and install himself as the new leader of France. The coup was meticulously planned and executed with precision. Napoleon's forces, loyal soldiers who had fought for him in Egypt, marched into Paris, securing key government buildings. The political leaders who had once feared Napoleon now found themselves scrambling to respond. Napoleon's move was calculated. He knew that the people of France, tired of the instability, would rally to his cause. In the early hours of the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon convened a meeting of the French legislature. In a dramatic moment, he declared that the Directory was no longer capable of governing and that he was stepping in to restore order. The legislature, though initially resistant, was soon overwhelmed by Napoleon's charm, determination, and military presence. Within hours, the Directory was dissolved, and Napoleon had secured control of the government. It was a bloodless coup, executed with military precision, but it was also a coup that marked the end of the French Republic and the beginning of a new era in French history. Napoleon's political acumen had been demonstrated in the most dramatic way possible. He was now in control. The coup of 18 Brumaire was the culmination of years of political maneuvering, military victories, and the exploitation of France's desperate need for stability. The people, tired of the chaos, rallied behind him. Napoleon, the military hero who had once been an outsider, was now the ruler of France. But the transition to power was not without its challenges. The overthrow of the Directory did not immediately guarantee Napoleon's supremacy. He faced opposition from rival political factions, from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy to revolutionaries who still clung to the ideals of the French Revolution. Napoleon, however, was a master of consolidating power. He quickly established himself as first consul, the head of the new government, and took steps to neutralize any remaining threats to his authority. He used a mix of charm, intimidation, and political savvy to secure the loyalty of key figures in the French government. He also moved quickly to solidify his position by reforming the legal system and centralizing power in his own hands. With the coup complete and his position secure, Napoleon set his sights on reshaping France. He introduced sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the Napoleonic Code, which would go on to influence legal systems around the world. He also worked to stabilize the economy, restore relations with the Catholic Church, and solidify his control over the military. In the months following the coup, Napoleon's power only grew. He transformed the political landscape of France, consolidating his control and making himself the undisputed leader of the nation. But while Napoleon's rise to power was swift and impressive, it also marked the beginning of the end for the democratic ideals of the Revolution. The French Republic, which had been born out of a desire for equality and liberty, was now replaced by a strongman's rule. Democracy was fading, and the age of Napoleon had begun. The coup of 18 Brumaire, though bloodless, had set in motion the rise of one of the most powerful and controversial figures in history. Napoleon, once an outsider with a burning desire to prove himself, was now at the helm of the French government, his eyes set on greater ambitions. In the years to come, his rule would reshape the world for better or for worse, and the legacy of the coup would echo throughout the history of France and Europe. In the year 1804, the French Revolution, which had upended centuries of tradition, was now a distant memory. The once defiant cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had reverberated through the streets of Paris, were now overshadowed by the imperial ambitions of a man who had risen from the ashes of revolution itself. Napoleon Bonaparte, the former general, had ascended to the pinnacle of power, not as the leader of a republic, but as the emperor of the French. It was a transformation that shocked the world, a bold and theatrical statement of absolute authority. On December 2nd, 1804, in the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte did what no ruler before him had dared to do. In the wake of the French Revolution, he crowned himself emperor. It was a symbolic moment, an act that defied the very principles of the revolution that had brought him to power. The self-coronation was both a statement of defiance and a declaration of sovereignty. It was Napoleon's way of rewriting the rule-book of monarchy, making it clear that he was not beholden to anyone, not even the Pope, who had been invited to the ceremony. As the Pope, Pius VII, stood by in awe, Napoleon took the crown from the altar and, in a breathtaking display of theatrical symbolism, placed it upon his own head. It was an act that sent shockwaves throughout Europe and beyond. It was not just the coronation of a monarch, but the crowning of a man who had bent the very fabric of history to his will. Napoleon's rise to power had been a journey of ambition, but this act, his coronation, was the culmination of his transformation from revolutionary hero to emperor. As he stood before the grand altar, surrounded by the glittering nobility of France and the representatives of the revolution, Napoleon knew that he was not just ruling over a country. He was now the embodiment of France itself, its future, and its destiny. The self-coronation was not only a personal triumph for Napoleon, but also a moment of profound significance for France and the world. It marked the end of the revolutionary ideals that had once driven the French people to overthrow their monarchy and the rise of a new imperial order. It was a reversal of the very principles that had once inspired the revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, replaced now by power, authority, and dominance. The French people, who had once risen up against a king, now found themselves in the presence of a new monarch, one who wore the crown of empire with an iron will and a burning desire to restore France's place at the center of Europe. The coronation ceremony itself was a grand spectacle, a theatrical performance that underscored Napoleon's desire to project power and control. The lavish decorations, the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of Notre Dame Cathedral, all of it was designed to highlight the shift in power that had taken place. The streets of Paris were filled with spectators, their eyes fixed on the towering spires of the cathedral as they awaited the coronation of their new emperor. And when Napoleon placed the crown upon his head, it was not just a symbol of his new status, it was a message to the world. Napoleon was no longer a general, no longer a product of the revolution. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of France, and his reign would define the future of Europe. In the weeks and months that followed, Napoleon began to consolidate his power further. He reshaped the government, reformed the legal system, and created a new aristocracy that would pledge loyalty to him. He built a new imperial court, with himself at the center, surrounded by a group of loyal followers who would carry out his will. Napoleon's self-coronation was not just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a new era for France. It was a statement of power, a declaration that the revolution was over and that the future would be shaped by the will of one man. The ideals of the revolution were slowly eroded as Napoleon, the emperor of the French, began to reshape the political and social order in his own image. The French Empire, now under his control, would be a force to be reckoned with. But with this new power came great responsibility and even greater risks. As Napoleon's imperial ambitions grew, so too did the challenges he faced. The Europe he sought to dominate was filled with rival powers, Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, each eager to resist his influence and protect their own interests. Yet for all the risks that lay ahead, Napoleon's self-coronation in 1804 was the moment when he truly became the embodiment of French greatness. His vision for an empire was now set in stone, and the stage was set for a series of wars that would shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The coronation, grand and theatrical as it was, symbolized not only his power, but his desire to rewrite the course of history itself. He had crossed the Rubicon, casting aside the ideals of the revolution and embracing the mantle of empire. The world would soon learn that Napoleon, now emperor of the French, was a force unlike any other, a man whose ambitions knew no bounds, and whose quest for dominance would leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. The year was 1805, and Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the pinnacle of his power. Europe was at his feet, and his vision of a French-dominated continent was closer than ever to becoming reality. The Battle of Austerlitz, fought on December 2nd of that year, would be remembered as his most brilliant victory, a masterpiece of military strategy that cemented Napoleon's place in history as one of the greatest tacticians of all time. After years of conquest and diplomacy, Napoleon had assembled the greatest military force Europe had ever seen, and he faced the combined armies of Russia and Austria in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Europe. The Russian and Austrian forces, led by Tsar Alexander I and Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, were determined to crush Napoleon's growing empire. They believed that a decisive defeat of Napoleon's army would force France to abandon its conquests and restore the old balance of power. Napoleon, however, had other plans. He understood that the key to victory was not simply defeating the enemy's forces, but outthinking them. As the two armies faced off near the town of Austerlitz, Napoleon feigned weakness. He deliberately left his right flank vulnerable, inviting the Allied forces to attack. The Allies, eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. They launched a full-scale assault on what they believed was a weak point in Napoleon's line. But Napoleon's brilliance lay in his ability to create the perfect trap. As the Allies advanced, Napoleon's forces, positioned strategically behind the lines, sprang into action. His artillery, placed with devastating precision, rained down on the advancing troops, while his cavalry and infantry swept around to cut off their retreat. The result was a stunning defeat for the Allies. The Russian and Austrian forces were crushed, suffering heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat in disarray. The Battle of Austerlitz was not just a victory, it was a declaration of Napoleon's military genius. It was a battle fought with speed, deception, and an unmatched understanding of terrain and timing. The victory sent shockwaves through Europe, and it marked the high point of Napoleon's dominance. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had defeated two of the greatest military powers in Europe, and the outcome was nothing short of a masterpiece. The success at Austerlitz reshaped Europe's political landscape. Napoleon's enemies were scattered, and his control over much of Europe was solidified. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed shortly after the battle, forced Austria to surrender large portions of its territory to France, effectively knocking the Holy Roman Empire out of the war. The Austrians were now forced to recognize Napoleon as a dominant force in Europe. But the victory came at a price. Napoleon's ambition for total control of Europe had ignited the fury of Britain, which had been watching from the sidelines, and the Russian Empire, which had already pledged to continue the fight. The Battle of Austerlitz may have been his most brilliant victory, but it was also the beginning of a new chapter in Napoleon's reign. With Austerlitz, Napoleon demonstrated his ability to reshape the map of Europe at will, but the seeds of his downfall had already been sown. While the battle was a triumph, the war was far from over. Napoleon's victory brought him closer to realizing his dream of a united Europe under French rule, but it also set the stage for future conflicts that would ultimately undo his empire. The victory at Austerlitz, however, remains one of the most iconic moments of Napoleon's reign. The image of Napoleon, standing tall in front of his army after the battle, surrounded by his generals, is etched into the annals of history. It was the moment when he was at his most powerful, a force to be reckoned with, and the undisputed master of Europe. The Battle of Austerlitz, with its dramatic reversals, brilliant tactics, and devastating consequences, marked the height of Napoleon's reign. But as with all peaks, it was only a matter of time before the fall would begin. Austerlitz may have been Napoleon's greatest victory, but it would also be the high point of his empire's power, a moment frozen in time before the storm that would eventually bring it all crashing down. The years 1808 to 1812 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon Bonaparte. His once unshakable empire, which stretched across much of Europe, would soon begin to unravel. The Peninsular War and the ill-fated Russian campaign would be the two major battles that ultimately led to Napoleon's downfall. What had once seemed like a guaranteed path to dominance now revealed cracks, fault lines, and bitter losses. The Peninsular War began in 1808, a conflict that would become a grim and bloody chapter in Napoleon's reign. Spain, once an ally of France, was thrown into chaos after Napoleon deposed the Spanish king and placed his own brother Joseph Bonaparte on the throne. This move alienated the Spanish population and ignited a fierce resistance. Guerrilla warfare erupted across the Iberian Peninsula as Spanish and Portuguese fighters, aided by the British, waged a brutal campaign against the French. The French military, accustomed to large-scale battles, was unprepared for the relentlessness of the guerrilla tactics. The Spanish, motivated by a deep sense of patriotism, fought with ferocity and desperation. Napoleon's army, stretched thin and demoralized by the constant skirmishes, found itself bogged down in a war that refused to end. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive campaign turned into a prolonged quagmire. For every French victory, there were countless ambushes, raids and attacks on supply lines. The cost in men and resources was immense. By the time Napoleon realized that the Peninsular War was bleeding his empire dry, it was too late. The Spanish resistance, supported by British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. Napoleon's once invincible army was mired in a war of attrition that it could not win. The horrors of the Peninsular War were compounded by the disastrous Russian campaign that began in 1812. Napoleon's decision to invade Russia would be his greatest miscalculation, a catastrophic blunder that would lead to the destruction of the Grande Armée. The campaign began with grand ambitions. Napoleon believed that defeating Tsar Alexander I would solidify his control over Europe. The Russian army, however, was elusive, employing a scorched earth policy that denied Napoleon's forces the supplies they desperately needed. As the French marched deeper into Russia, the severity of the Russian winter set in. Temperatures plunged and snowstorms ravaged the already weakened Grande Armée. The French soldiers, unprepared for the brutal conditions, began to fall ill and die from frostbite, hunger, and exhaustion. The vast Russian wilderness, which had once seemed like an open road to victory, had become a death trap. The Russian forces in retreat harassed Napoleon's army, picking off stragglers and ambushing French forces. The infamous Battle of Borodino, fought in September 1812, was one of the bloodiest encounters of the campaign. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Russians refused to give up. Napoleon's army, already stretched to its breaking point, continued to march toward Moscow. When they finally arrived, they found the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. Moscow, once a symbol of Russian power, was now nothing but ashes. Napoleon's army was trapped, exhausted, and starving. The Russian winter had decimated their strength, and they had little hope of survival. Napoleon, once unstoppable, now found himself facing the harshest of enemies, the elements, attrition, and the relentless Russian resolve. The retreat from Moscow marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. As the Grande Armée limped back through the Russian wilderness, it was a broken shell of its former self. Men died by the thousands from starvation, disease, and the relentless cold. The once great army was reduced to a disorganized, panicked retreat, with the remnants of the French forces being pursued by Russian troops. By the time the French army crossed the Berezina River in November 1812, the campaign had turned into a full-blown disaster. The retreat from Russia would become one of the most humiliating defeats in military history. Napoleon's dreams of European domination had been dashed, and the once mighty Grande Armée had been all but destroyed. The failures of the Peninsular War and the Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's reputation. He had overextended himself and underestimated the resilience of his enemies. What had once seemed like an unstoppable march toward European supremacy had become a nightmare of constant retreat and death. The loss of men, resources, and morale would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his reign. His empire, once expansive and powerful, was beginning to crack under the pressure of these catastrophic defeats. The once unshakable figure of Napoleon Bonaparte was now facing the reality of failure. As winter closed in, the grim reality of his losses became undeniable. The soldiers who had marched with him through the triumphs of Austerlitz and Jena were now broken, and Napoleon's dreams of glory seemed increasingly out of reach. The Peninsular War and the Russian campaign had changed the course of history, and they marked the beginning of the end for the man who had once been master of Europe. The snow and the bloodshed of these campaigns would follow Napoleon throughout his life, a reminder that even the greatest of empires can crumble beneath the weight of ambition. The year 1813 marked the beginning of the tragic unraveling of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. A titan who had once shaped Europe with his brilliance on the battlefield now found himself facing an unstoppable tide of opposition. The Battle of Nations, fought near Leipzig in October, would prove to be the turning point. It was here that Napoleon's dominance over Europe finally shattered. The scale of the conflict was immense. An alliance of Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, collectively known as the Sixth Coalition, assembled an army of over 300,000 men against Napoleon's forces, which numbered only around 200,000. What began as a battle of necessity soon became the final reckoning for Napoleon. The battle itself was a fierce, chaotic affair, as the coalition forces sought to break Napoleon's stranglehold on Central Europe. Napoleon, ever the master tactician, threw everything into the fight, but even his military genius couldn't overcome the numerical superiority and unity of his enemies. The French were pushed back, and after 4 days of brutal combat, the Battle of Nations ended in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. The losses were staggering, around 100,000 soldiers on both sides. The battlefield, littered with the bodies of men from all corners of Europe, became a grim symbol of Napoleon's crumbling empire. The loss at Leipzig was not just a military defeat, it marked the beginning of the end of the Napoleonic era. As the coalition forces pushed westward, Napoleon's enemies closed in from all directions. With the Battle of Nations lost, the French Empire found itself besieged. The Allies invaded France in 1814, and Napoleon, once invincible, was now struggling to hold on to his throne. The cities that had once hailed him as their liberator now turned against him, and the French people, weary of war, grew disillusioned. In the streets of Paris, whispers of defeat and surrender filled the air. Despite his best efforts to rally his forces, Napoleon could not reverse the tide. His soldiers, battered and demoralized, were no match for the relentless advance of the Allies. Paris, the heart of his empire, fell on March 31st, 1814. The once great city was occupied by foreign troops, and Napoleon's reign came to an end. Facing certain defeat, Napoleon was forced to abdicate on April 6, 1814. The act of abdication was in many ways a reflection of the man himself, decisive yet deeply tragic. Napoleon, who had once ruled with unyielding authority, was now a man defeated by the very forces he had sought to conquer. His abdication was not just the end of his reign, it was the shattering of a dream. In the final moments of his rule, Napoleon requested to retain his title as emperor and to be allowed to rule over a small part of France. But the Allies, determined to ensure that he would never return to power, refused his request. The former emperor was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. For Napoleon, the exile to Elba was both a punishment and an opportunity. Stripped of his empire, he was left to reflect on the rise and fall of his reign. The once mighty conqueror, who had reshaped Europe, was now relegated to a tiny island, a shadow of his former self. Yet, even in exile, Napoleon's mind remained sharp, and the ambitions that had once driven him to greatness still burned within him. But for now he was a prisoner of his own destiny, trapped on an island that was to be his prison for the next several years. Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba marked the tragic downfall of a titan. The man who had once been the ruler of an empire stretching from Spain to Russia was now a prisoner of his own past. The loss of his empire was a bitter pill to swallow, and for the first time in his life, Napoleon was forced to confront the limits of his power. The drama of his downfall had all the hallmarks of a Shakespearean tragedy: ambition, greatness, and inevitable ruin. He had been the master of Europe, the embodiment of a new order, but now he was an emperor in exile, haunted by the ghosts of his former glory. His fall was not the result of a single battle, but of a series of miscalculations, overreach, and the unrelenting pressure of a Europe that had grown tired of his rule. Napoleon's abdication marked the end of an era, but it was not the end of his story. His time in exile on Elba was merely a pause in a saga that would continue, one final act that would see him return to France in a dramatic bid for power. But for now, the once mighty emperor was a broken man, the world that he had once dominated slipping through his fingers like sand. The fall of Napoleon was a tragedy, but it was also a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had risen from obscurity to rule an empire, but in the end it was the very forces that he had used to create his empire, war, conquest and ambition, that led to his downfall. The Battle of Nations, the invasion of France, and his eventual abdication were the final chapters in the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who reached the heights of power, only to fall from grace in the most dramatic and tragic of fashions. In early 1815, Europe believed it had seen the last of Napoleon Bonaparte. After his abdication in April 1814, he was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. His empire had crumbled, his army was broken, and the monarchs of Europe had restored the Bourbon king, Louis XV's seat, to the French throne. Napoleon had been given sovereignty over Elba and allowed to retain a small personal guard. It was, in theory, a quiet retirement for the man who once ruled most of Europe. But Napoleon had no intention of fading into history. News from France began to reach him. The restored Bourbon monarchy was growing increasingly unpopular. The people were disillusioned, the military was neglected, and veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves sidelined or ignored. The promise of stability under Louis XV was fading. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He believed that France still remembered him, still needed him. In February 1815, he made his move. Under the cover of night on February 26th, Napoleon escaped from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant with around 1,000 loyal soldiers. They sailed past patrolling ships of the Royal Navy and landed on the French coast near Cannes on March 1st. There Napoleon began his march north, not with an army of conquest, but with a message he had returned to save France. As he moved from village to village, support began to swell. Soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause. Famously, when confronted by royal troops near Grenoble, Napoleon stepped forward and declared, "If there is one among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. The troops cheered, and the ranks of his supporters grew. By the time Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th, Louis XV had fled. In a stunning turn of events, Napoleon had regained power without a single shot being fired in anger. Thus began the 100 Days, a brief and intense period in which Napoleon would attempt to re-establish his empire and outmaneuver the Allied powers once more. But the monarchs of Europe were not about to let him reclaim his former glory. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and the United Kingdom swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition and began mobilizing their armies. They would strike before Napoleon could consolidate power. Napoleon knew he had to act quickly. He could not wait for the coalition armies to assemble on French soil. He had to divide them and defeat them separately. His target was Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and General Blucher were gathering. In June 1815, he led his newly raised army north in a daring campaign designed to isolate and crush the Allied forces before they could unite. On June 16th, Napoleon won a victory against the Prussians at Ligny, pushing them back but failing to destroy them. At the same time, his subordinate Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's forces at Quebec but was unable to deliver a decisive blow. The twin battles left the Allies bloodied, but not broken. Worse, the Prussians managed to retreat in good order and began regrouping to the east. Napoleon had gambled on swift, separate victories, but now the Allied armies were slipping from his grasp. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's army at a ridge near the village of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium. The field was muddy and the terrain difficult. The French army, though brave and battle-hardened, was not the same veteran force that had once triumphed across Europe. Still, Napoleon believed in victory. He had beaten greater odds before. The battle began late in the morning, due to the wet ground which delayed artillery movement. French forces launched repeated attacks on the Allied lines, including a massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Ney. Despite intense fighting and initial gains, Wellington's lines held. The Anglo-Allied troops, bolstered by their defensive position and superior coordination, absorbed wave after wave of French assaults. The turning point came in the late afternoon, when the Prussian army, under Blücher, arrived on the battlefield. Despite being battered from Ligny, the Prussians pressed into Napoleon's right flank. It was the blow Napoleon could not afford. His army, caught between two forces, began to falter. French morale collapsed. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's most elite unit, made a final charge, but even they were repelled. As the Guard retreated, a cry went up among the French ranks: "La Garde recule." The Guard retreats. Panic spread. The battlefield descended into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty army dissolved in the face of Allied counterattacks. Thousands were killed, wounded, or captured. Napoleon fled the field, his dream of reclaiming Europe shattered in the mud and blood of Waterloo. The 100 Days were over. Napoleon returned to Paris, but the political tide had turned against him. With coalition forces marching on the capital and support evaporating, he abdicated once more on June 22, 1815. He hoped to flee to the United States, but the British Navy blockaded the coast. With no escape, Napoleon surrendered to the British and was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. There would be no return. He spent the final years of his life in isolation, writing his memoirs and reflecting on a career that had taken him from obscurity to the heights of power and back down again. He died on May 5, 1821. The legend of Napoleon would live on, but his last campaign ended not in triumph, but in irrevocable defeat. After the crushing defeat at Waterloo and his second abdication, Napoleon Bonaparte found himself once again at the mercy of the victors. But this time, they would not make the same mistake. There would be no Elba, no chance of return. The British, determined to ensure that Napoleon could never again threaten Europe, chose a remote and desolate place of exile, the island of St. Helena, in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 miles from the nearest continent. On October 15, 1815, after surrendering to the British aboard the HMS Bellerophon, Napoleon arrived at his final prison. St. Helena was a lonely and unforgiving place. The island was harsh, windswept, and isolated. It had no fertile fields or bustling cities, only rugged terrain and damp grey skies. The British stationed a garrison there and kept constant watch. Napoleon was allowed a small retinue of loyal followers, including his physician, valet, and a handful of officers. His new home was Longwood House, a damp and poorly maintained structure perched on a plateau. It was a far cry from the splendor of the Tuileries Palace or the grand halls of Versailles. The conditions at Longwood House were far from comfortable. The climate was often cold and rainy, and the house itself was plagued by mold and poor ventilation. Napoleon's health, already beginning to decline, worsened in the damp environment. He complained of stomach pains, fatigue, and bouts of depression. Though he kept to a routine, including walks in the garden and reading or dictating memoirs, the isolation took a toll. The once great emperor, who had commanded vast armies and shaped the fate of Europe, was now reduced to a prisoner surrounded by the endless sea. Despite the bleakness, Napoleon never completely gave up his sense of dignity. He insisted on being treated as a sovereign and maintained a disciplined daily schedule. He continued to write, dictating his version of history and his justifications for the wars and decisions he had made. These writings would later become the foundation of the Napoleonic legend, presenting him not as a tyrant, but as a misunderstood leader who had sought to bring order and reform to a chaotic world. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, was strict and often at odds with Napoleon. The two men disliked each other deeply. Lowe enforced numerous restrictions on communication and travel, fearful of any attempt at escape. Tensions were constant. Napoleon resented the surveillance and regarded Lowe as a petty tyrant. These clashes, combined with the harsh living conditions and his growing health issues, deepened Napoleon's sense of bitterness. As the years passed, Napoleon's physical condition steadily deteriorated. He suffered from chronic pain and weakness. His stomach ailments worsened, and by 1820, his weight had dropped significantly. Observers noted how thin and pale he had become. His days were spent mostly indoors, and even writing became difficult. Yet he remained mentally sharp, often engaging in discussions of history, philosophy, and war with the few companions he had left. In these final conversations, he spoke often of his past, his victories, and his failures. The question of Napoleon's death has long been shrouded in mystery. Officially, he died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause was listed as stomach cancer, the same disease that had afflicted his father. An autopsy performed by British doctors supported this diagnosis. However, later analyses and theories have suggested alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning, either intentional or accidental. Traces of arsenic were found in samples of his hair, leading to decades of speculation. Whether foul play was involved remains uncertain, but what is clear is that Napoleon suffered greatly in his final months. His last words were reportedly, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." With those fading thoughts, he slipped away. Napoleon was buried on the island in a secluded valley, known as the Valley of the Willows. For 2 decades, his body remained there, until 1840, when King Louis-Philippe of France obtained permission from the British to return Napoleon's remains to France. His body was transported with great ceremony to Paris, where it was laid to rest in a grand tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides. There he remains to this day. The exile and death of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of one of the most extraordinary lives in modern history. Once feared and revered, he spent his final years in obscurity and discomfort, yet even in defeat, he crafted a narrative that would survive him. His legacy, complicated and contested, continues to provoke debate and fascination. On a remote island in the middle of the sea, far from the battlefields and palaces he once knew, Napoleon passed into legend. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty was studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the 2-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the capital served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for Republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests, rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision, who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13, 1743, in Shadwell, Virginia, a colony on the edge of the American frontier. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a self-made man, a land surveyor and a tobacco planter who worked his way up from modest beginnings to become a wealthy landowner. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from one of the most prominent families in Virginia, ensuring that young Thomas grew up with a mix of frontier resilience and aristocratic privilege. The Jefferson estate sat on vast tracts of land, surrounded by the untamed wilderness of the Blue Ridge Mountains. As a child, Jefferson spent hours exploring the forests and rivers near his home, developing a deep appreciation for nature and solitude. But he also had a keen mind and an insatiable curiosity, which set him apart from other boys of his age. His father recognized his potential and ensured he received the best education available in the colony. Peter Jefferson was a towering figure in young Thomas's life. A man of great physical strength and determination, he taught his son the values of hard work, integrity, and self-reliance. Peter owned slaves, a contradiction that Thomas would wrestle with for the rest of his life, though as a boy, he rarely questioned the system that sustained his family's wealth. At the age of 5, Jefferson was sent to study under local tutors, learning Latin, Greek, and French. He showed a remarkable aptitude for languages and quickly developed a love for classical literature. His father pushed him to excel and encouraged his fascination with science and mathematics, which were considered essential subjects for a future leader. But tragedy struck in 1757 when Peter Jefferson died suddenly, leaving Thomas, at just 14 years old, with an inheritance that included thousands of acres of land and dozens of enslaved individuals. The loss was a profound moment in his life, forcing him to mature quickly and take on responsibilities beyond his years. His mother managed the household, but Jefferson became increasingly independent, focusing on his studies as a way to cope with the grief. A year later, Jefferson was sent to study under Reverend James Morey, a respected scholar and clergyman who shaped his intellectual development. Morey introduced him to the works of Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke, Francis Bacon, and Isaac Newton. Their ideas about reason, liberty, and self-governance left an indelible mark on the young Virginian and laid the foundation for his political philosophy. Jefferson was an exceptional student, mastering subjects like history, philosophy, and rhetoric. He spent countless hours reading in Morey's extensive library, often staying up late into the night, copying passages from books that fascinated him. His hunger for knowledge was insatiable, and he quickly surpassed many of his peers in academic ability. But Jefferson was not just a scholar, he was also an avid outdoorsman, skilled in horseback riding, hunting, and fencing. These activities not only kept him physically fit, but also reinforced his belief in self-discipline and personal improvement. He would often ride for hours across the rolling hills of Virginia, observing the land and contemplating the political and philosophical ideas that would later shape his writings. His exposure to the harsh realities of frontier life also made him acutely aware of the complexities of colonial society, including its deep dependence on slavery, a system he would later struggle to reconcile with his ideals of liberty and justice. In 1760, at the age of 16, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, one of the most prestigious institutions in colonial America. There he encountered a world of new ideas and influential mentors, including Professor William Small, who introduced him to the scientific method and contemporary political thought. Small was a Scottish scholar who had been deeply influenced by the Enlightenment, and he recognized Jefferson's brilliance, quickly taking him under his wing. Through Small, Jefferson met influential figures such as George Wythe and Governor Francis Farquhar, who expanded his understanding of law, politics, and governance. Jefferson immersed himself in his studies, often spending up to 15 hours a day reading and writing. He developed a passion for architecture, music, and natural sciences, disciplines that would shape his future contributions to American society. Despite his aristocratic upbringing, he had little interest in the lavish social scene, preferring instead to discuss philosophy and politics with his mentors. He became known among his peers for his quiet intensity and relentless curiosity. He also began developing a vision of America's future, a land where reason and education would guide the people toward a more just and enlightened society. By the time he graduated in 1762, Jefferson had emerged as one of the most well-educated young men in Virginia. He had read deeply in law, political theory, and history, and had cultivated a vision of a society based on reason, liberty, and justice. His next step was to apprentice under George Wythe, one of the most distinguished legal minds in America. Wythe became a second father to him, refining his legal reasoning and preparing him for a career in public service. This period of intense learning and self-discipline set the stage for everything that would follow. Jefferson was no longer just the son of a planter. He was a rising intellectual force in the American colonies, driven by an unshakable belief in the power of knowledge and the pursuit of a more just and enlightened world. With each passing year, Jefferson's mind grew sharper, his ambitions clearer, and his sense of destiny stronger. He had no way of knowing it yet, but the skills and ideas he had cultivated during his youth would one day propel him to the highest office in the land and into the annals of history. Thomas Jefferson's intellectual development was marked by an insatiable hunger for knowledge, an unwavering dedication to self-improvement, and an exposure to some of the most transformative ideas of his time. His formal education, rigorous self-study, and influential mentors would shape the man who would later become one of the leading architects of American democracy. At the age of 16, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia, an institution that stood as one of the few bastions of higher learning in the American colonies. It was here that he would come into his own, distinguishing himself as an extraordinary student with an unrelenting thirst for knowledge. Unlike many of his peers, who viewed college as a means of securing social prestige, Jefferson approached his studies with an almost obsessive rigor. He spent up to 15 hours a day poring over books, absorbing everything from classical philosophy to the latest scientific discoveries of the Enlightenment. His academic interests were vast, spanning subjects such as law, mathematics, architecture, linguistics, botany, and political theory. One of the most pivotal figures in Jefferson's intellectual journey was William Small, a Scottish professor who had a profound influence on his thinking. Small, a firm believer in the ideals of the Enlightenment, introduced Jefferson to the works of great thinkers such as John Locke, Francis Bacon, and Isaac Newton. Their ideas of reason, empiricism, and self-governance resonated deeply with the young student, planting the seeds for the revolutionary ideals he would later champion. Small also exposed Jefferson to the scientific method, encouraging him to approach problems with logic and rationality. Under Small's guidance, Jefferson's intellectual curiosity flourished, and he developed a deep appreciation for evidence-based reasoning, a trait that would define his political and philosophical outlook for the rest of his life. Through Small, Jefferson was introduced to Governor Francis Fauquier, a highly cultured and politically astute leader, as well as George Wythe, a brilliant legal scholar. These men saw great potential in Jefferson and took him under their wing, engaging him in discussions about law, governance, and philosophy. Wythe, in particular, would become Jefferson's most influential mentor, shaping his understanding of jurisprudence and preparing him for a legal career. Unlike many lawyers of his time, Jefferson approached the study of law with the same meticulous rigor he applied to all his pursuits. He not only memorized legal texts, but also sought to understand the fundamental principles underlying them, often reading extensively in history and political theory to gain a broader perspective. Jefferson's time at Williamsburg was also transformative in other ways. The city, then the capital of Virginia, exposed him to the political dynamics of the colony. He observed the workings of the House of Burgesses, where some of the earliest debates over colonial rights and British rule were taking place. Though still a student, Jefferson was beginning to develop his own views on governance and liberty, absorbing the revolutionary sentiments that were beginning to stir among the colonial elite. Despite his deep immersion in academic life, Jefferson was not solely confined to books. He was an avid musician, playing the violin with skill and passion. Music, he believed, refined the mind and elevated the soul, and he often found solace in it during moments of stress. He also maintained his love for the natural world, frequently riding on horseback through the Virginia countryside, studying its flora and fauna with the keen eye of a naturalist. By the time Jefferson completed his studies at William and Mary in 1762, he had established himself as one of the most well-educated young men in Virginia. But his thirst for knowledge was far from quenched. He continued his legal studies under George Wythe, deepening his understanding of the principles of justice and governance. It was during this period that he began compiling his famous commonplace book, a collection of legal precedents, philosophical insights, and political ideas that he would later draw upon as a statesman. Jefferson's education was more than just an accumulation of knowledge. It was a transformative journey that molded his character, sharpened his intellect, and laid the foundation for his future contributions to American society. He had absorbed the best ideas of the Enlightenment, developed a deep appreciation for reason and justice, and cultivated a vision for a new kind of government, one that would be built not on tyranny and tradition, but on liberty, self-governance, and the inalienable rights of the individual. As he stepped into the next phase of his life, Jefferson was no longer just a brilliant scholar. He was a man preparing to change the course of history. As Thomas Jefferson completed his legal training under George Wythe, he was poised to step onto the public stage. By the mid-1760s, colonial America was becoming increasingly restless under British rule. The seeds of revolution were being sown, and Jefferson, with his deep understanding of law and philosophy, found himself drawn into the growing resistance movement. His early legal career provided him with the tools he needed to navigate the turbulent political landscape that lay ahead. Jefferson was admitted to the Virginia bar in 1767 and quickly established himself as a capable and meticulous attorney. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he did not seek out high-profile cases that would bring him wealth and prestige. Instead, he focused on cases that aligned with his values, often defending small farmers and landowners who found themselves entangled in disputes with more powerful interests. His legal arguments were methodical and well-reasoned, earning him a reputation as one of the most promising young lawyers in Virginia. While practicing law, Jefferson was also developing a keen awareness of the injustices embedded in the colonial system. British policies, including high taxes and trade restrictions, placed a heavy burden on the American colonies. The passage of the Stamp Act in 1765 had sparked widespread outrage, and Jefferson was among those who saw it as a blatant overreach of British authority. Though he was not yet at the forefront of the resistance, he was absorbing the revolutionary sentiments that were gaining momentum among Virginia's political elite. His first real step into public service came in 1769, when he was elected to the Virginia House of Burgesses, the colony's legislative assembly. This was a crucial moment in his transformation from lawyer to politician. At just 26 years old, Jefferson was one of the youngest members, but his sharp intellect and deep knowledge of political theory quickly set him apart. The House of Burgesses was becoming a battleground for colonial grievances, and Jefferson found himself among a group of like-minded legislators who were determined to challenge British authority. During his early years in the Assembly, Jefferson largely observed and learned from seasoned political figures such as Patrick Henry, Richard Henry Lee, and his mentor George Wythe. However, It did not take long for him to make his own mark. In 1770, Jefferson introduced a bill that aimed to reform Virginia's inheritance laws, which had long favored the landed aristocracy. Though the measure was ultimately defeated, it signaled Jefferson's commitment to challenging the entrenched power structures that had governed colonial life for generations. But it was in 1774 that Jefferson truly emerged as a voice of defiance against British rule. In response to the British Parliament's passage of the Intolerable Acts, which sought to punish the colonies, especially Massachusetts, for their growing resistance, Jefferson authored a pamphlet titled A Summary View of the Rights of British America. This document was intended as an address to King George III, outlining the colonies' grievances and asserting their right to self-governance. Jefferson argued that the American colonies had been established as independent entities, only loosely connected to the British Crown. He rejected the notion that Parliament had the right to legislate for the colonies, stating that their allegiance was to the king alone. More significantly, he put forth the radical idea that the colonies had the right to break free from British rule if their fundamental liberties were threatened. Though Jefferson was not yet calling for outright independence, his words carried revolutionary weight. The pamphlet was widely circulated and read throughout the colonies, earning him recognition as one of the most articulate defenders of American rights. Jefferson's growing reputation as a political thinker led to his selection as a delegate to the First Continental Congress in 1775. However, due to illness, he was unable to attend in person, but his ideas and writings were already influencing the broader movement. He continued to correspond with revolutionary leaders, refining his vision for an independent America. As tensions with Britain escalated into armed conflict, Jefferson's legal mind and eloquent prose would soon be called upon for a task that would forever cement his place in history. By the time the American Revolution was fully underway, Jefferson had transitioned from a promising lawyer to a revolutionary statesman. His early political battles in the Virginia legislature, his unwavering commitment to individual rights, and his ability to articulate the grievances of the colonies had prepared him for what was to come. The young lawyer who once spent his nights studying philosophy and law was now standing at the precipice of a moment that would change the course of history forever. As the American colonies plunged into open rebellion against British rule, Thomas Jefferson found himself at the center of the revolutionary movement. By 1775, the conflict had escalated beyond mere political discourse. War had erupted, and the colonies were no longer fighting for simple redress of grievances, but for complete independence. Jefferson, known for his sharp intellect and eloquent writing, was about to take on one of the most consequential tasks in American history, drafting the Declaration of Independence. In June 1775, Jefferson attended the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia, where colonial leaders debated their next steps. While some still hoped for reconciliation with Britain, Jefferson saw the war as a decisive turning point. He was among those who believed that the colonies had no choice but to break free from British rule entirely. Though he was not yet one of the most outspoken voices in Congress, his reputation as a brilliant writer and political thinker had already earned him the respect of his peers. The following year, in June 1776, the momentum for independence reached its peak. Richard Henry Lee of Virginia introduced a formal resolution declaring that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. The motion was met with fierce debate, but a committee was quickly formed to draft a document that would justify this bold declaration to the world. Jefferson was selected as one of 5 members of the drafting committee, alongside John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert R. Livingston. Though Adams and Franklin were more senior figures, Both men recognized Jefferson's unparalleled ability to articulate complex ideas with clarity and conviction. Adams later recalled that he had insisted Jefferson be the principal drafter because of his masterly pen. Jefferson, though initially reluctant, took on the monumental task with quiet determination. For the next 17 days, Jefferson worked tirelessly in a small rented room in Philadelphia, drafting what would become one of the most significant documents in human history. Drawing inspiration from Enlightenment thinkers such as John Locke and Montesquieu, he crafted a declaration that laid out the philosophical foundation for American independence. He wrote that all men are created equal and that they were endowed with inalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These words would become the guiding principles of the new nation. Jefferson's draft also included a strong condemnation of the British Crown's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, denouncing it as a cruel war against human nature itself. However, this passage was later removed by Congress due to objections from Southern delegates, a compromise that deeply frustrated Jefferson but reflected the harsh political realities of the time. On July 2, 1776, Congress voted in favor of Lee's resolution for independence. 2 days later, on July 4th, the final text of Jefferson's declaration was adopted. Though edited by Congress, the document retained the core of Jefferson's vision, an assertion that government existed to protect the rights of the people, and that when it failed in this duty, it was the right of the people to overthrow it. The Declaration of Independence was more than just a statement of separation from Britain. It was a radical proclamation that would inspire countless movements for freedom across the world. As the parchment was signed, Jefferson knew that he and his fellow revolutionaries had committed an irreversible act of defiance. They had declared war not just on the British monarchy, but on the very notion of tyranny itself. Jefferson's words would echo through history, shaping the identity of the United States and influencing generations to come. Yet for him, the work was far from over. As war raged on, he would continue to fight, not on the battlefield, but with ideas, governance, and the relentless pursuit of a vision that would define a nation. As the ink dried on the Declaration of Independence, the colonies found themselves in the throes of a brutal and uncertain war. The year 1776 marked the beginning of an arduous struggle against the might of the British Empire, and Thomas Jefferson's role in the Revolution was far from over. Though not a soldier on the battlefield, Jefferson's contributions to the war effort were instrumental in shaping the new nation's survival and governance during its most perilous years. After returning to Virginia, Jefferson was elected as the state's governor in 1779, a position that placed him at the forefront of wartime leadership. As governor, he faced the daunting challenge of defending Virginia from British invasion while managing scarce resources and navigating the internal strife of a fledgling government. The war had reached a critical stage, with British forces shifting their focus to the southern colonies, including Virginia. Jefferson worked tirelessly to mobilize militias, secure supplies, and maintain order within the state. He emphasized self-sufficiency, encouraging Virginians to produce their own goods instead of relying on imports. However, his tenure as governor was fraught with difficulties. The war was unpredictable, and Virginia lacked the centralized military power needed to fend off British incursions effectively. In 1781, Jefferson's leadership was put to the ultimate test when British troops under the command of Benedict Arnold, a former American general turned traitor, launched a raid on Richmond. Caught off guard, Jefferson and the Virginia government were forced to flee. Though he attempted to rally defenses, the British burned the capital and continued their campaign of destruction across the state. This period of chaos severely damaged Jefferson's reputation, with some accusing him of inaction and failing to protect Virginia. The situation worsened in June 1781, when British cavalry commander Banastra Tarleton led a mission to capture Jefferson at his home, Monticello. Receiving a last-minute warning, Jefferson barely escaped with his family, evading capture by mere minutes. Though he survived, the event haunted him, reinforcing the reality that the war was as much a personal struggle as a political one. Shortly after, Jefferson declined re-election as governor, believing that fresh leadership was needed. His resignation did not mark the end of his service to the revolutionary cause, however. He continued to contribute through diplomatic and legislative efforts, advocating for policies that would support the war effort and lay the groundwork for a stable government after the conflict. The war raged on, but by the autumn of 1781, the tide had turned in favor of the Americans. In October, General George Washington, with the aid of French forces, secured a decisive victory at Yorktown, Virginia, the very state Jefferson had struggled to defend. This victory effectively ended major combat operations and set the stage for peace negotiations. As the revolution neared its conclusion, Jefferson's thoughts turned to the future of the nation. The war had tested his beliefs, forced him to confront the weaknesses of decentralized governance, and deepened his commitment to the principles of democracy and self-rule. Though his time as a wartime leader had been turbulent, he emerged with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to help shape the country that he had fought so hard to establish. With independence on the horizon, Jefferson prepared for his next role, one that would take him beyond the shores of America and into the heart of European diplomacy, where the next chapter of his journey would unfold. As Thomas Jefferson took office as the governor of Virginia in 1779, he stepped into one of the most precarious roles of the American Revolution. Unlike his legislative work, which allowed him to shape ideas and ideals, governing a war-torn state that demanded immediate action, strategic foresight, and resilience under pressure. Virginia, one of the largest and most influential colonies, was a critical battleground, and Jefferson's tenure as governor would test his leadership in ways he had never experienced before. At the time of his election, the war was shifting southward, and Virginia was becoming an increasingly important target for the British. Jefferson, a man of intellect and philosophy rather than military strategy, had to confront the brutal realities of war firsthand. His administration focused on mobilizing state defenses, ensuring supply chains remained functional, and maintaining the fragile morale of Virginians who were growing weary of the prolonged conflict. One of Jefferson's key priorities was reorganizing Virginia's militia system. Unlike the professional British Army, American forces relied heavily on local militias, which were often poorly trained and inconsistently supplied. Jefferson worked to streamline recruitment, improve discipline, and secure weapons and provisions. However, Virginia's resources were stretched thin, and the state's ability to defend itself remained tenuous. In 1780, the situation grew dire when British forces under General Cornwallis intensified their campaigns in the south. Jefferson faced immense pressure as Virginia became a primary target. By early 1781, British troops led by the infamous turncoat Benedict Arnold launched a devastating raid on Richmond, Virginia's capital. The city, largely undefended, was quickly captured and set ablaze. Jefferson and the state government were forced to flee, a humiliating moment that cast doubt on his ability to protect the state. The crisis deepened when British cavalry commander Banastra Tarleton led a daring mission to capture Jefferson at Monticello. With little time to spare, Jefferson narrowly escaped, a moment that symbolized the fragile position of Virginia under his leadership. Critics accused him of failing to act decisively, and his tenure as governor ended under a cloud of controversy. Feeling the weight of these failures, Jefferson chose not to seek re-election. While his time as governor had been marred by military setbacks, it also reinforced his belief in the necessity of a strong, well-organized government. The experience shaped his later political views, particularly regarding the balance between state and federal power and the importance of a capable defense system. Despite the challenges he faced, Jefferson's contributions to Virginia during this tumultuous time were not insignificant. His efforts to sustain the state's militia, coordinate resources, and maintain governmental operations under extreme pressure kept Virginia in the fight. Though his governorship ended in disappointment, it set the stage for his future roles, where he would once again take up the cause of shaping a new nation. As the war approached its final phase, Jefferson's focus turned from the battlefield to diplomacy. His next mission would take him across the Atlantic, where he would represent the fledgling United States on the world stage, navigating the complex political landscape of Europe in search of alliances, stability, and the future of American independence. As 1781 began, Thomas Jefferson found himself in one of the most difficult moments of his political career. The British, led by the notorious traitor Benedict Arnold, launched a swift and devastating invasion of Virginia, a state that had long remained relatively unscathed in the war. Jefferson, serving as the governor of Virginia, now faced a direct threat that would not only test his leadership, but also leave a lasting stain on his reputation. Benedict Arnold's forces arrived in the Chesapeake Bay in early January, quickly advancing towards Richmond, Virginia's capital. Jefferson, though warned of the impending attack, was unprepared for the speed and aggression of the British assault. With little time to mount an effective defense, he ordered the evacuation of essential supplies and government documents, but could do little else. As the British troops entered Richmond, they met virtually no resistance. The city was set ablaze, and Jefferson, along with the state legislature, was forced to flee into the countryside. For a man who had penned the Declaration of Independence, this moment was a crushing humiliation. In the following months, British forces continued to ravage Virginia. General Cornwallis, one of Britain's top commanders, took charge of the invasion, launching a series of aggressive raids across the state. Jefferson, whose strengths lay in philosophy and governance rather than military strategy, struggled to coordinate an effective defense. The militia system he had worked to improve was inconsistent and unreliable, and the Continental Army was stretched thin fighting battles elsewhere. The lowest point of Jefferson's tenure as governor came in June 1781, when British cavalry commander Buster Tarleton led a lightning-fast raid towards Monticello, Jefferson's beloved estate. The attack was not just a military maneuver, but a direct attempt to capture Jefferson himself. With only minutes to spare, Jefferson escaped on horseback, leaving behind his home and many of his possessions. The image of Virginia's governor fleeing from the enemy, rather than standing his ground, severely damaged his public image. Criticism mounted against Jefferson. Many in the Virginia legislature and beyond viewed his response to the invasion as weak and ineffective. Though he had done what he could to preserve the government and avoid unnecessary bloodshed, his retreat was seen as an act of cowardice. He decided not to seek another term as governor, stepping down just as the war was reaching its climax. The British occupation of Virginia would eventually end later that year with Cornwallis's surrender at Yorktown, a turning point that effectively sealed American victory in the Revolutionary War. However, Jefferson's role in the state's defense left a mark on his political career. Though he had survived the invasion, the episode haunted him for years. He was deeply wounded by accusations of failure and spent much of his later life attempting to defend his actions during that fateful time. Yet, despite the humiliation he suffered, Jefferson's contributions to the American cause remained invaluable. His intellectual leadership, his drafting of key revolutionary documents, and his efforts to strengthen Virginia's governance all played a crucial role in shaping the young nation. Though this chapter of his life ended in shame and frustration, it was far from the end of his influence. In the years to come he would rise once more, this time on the international stage, representing the United States in the courts of Europe and helping to define the nation's place in the world. In 1784, Thomas Jefferson set sail for France, embarking on a journey that would shape his views on governance, society, and revolution. As he arrived in Paris, the city was teetering on the edge of radical change, with murmurs of discontent growing among the common people. Jefferson, who had spent the last few years recovering from the political wounds inflicted upon him in Virginia, was now stepping onto the grand stage of European diplomacy. He had been sent as an envoy to assist Benjamin Franklin and John Adams in negotiating trade agreements and representing American interests abroad. When Franklin retired in 1785, Jefferson was appointed as the U.S. Minister to France, making him the primary representative of the young republic in the heart of Europe. For a man who revered Enlightenment ideals, Paris was both an inspiration and a cautionary tale. Jefferson quickly immersed himself in French culture, developing a deep admiration for the arts, science, and intellectual salons that thrived in the city. He engaged with some of the most brilliant minds of the time, including the Marquis de Lafayette, a key figure in both the American and French revolutions. His conversations with French philosophers and political thinkers further refined his beliefs in democracy, liberty, and the rights of man. But Jefferson's time in Paris was not without its challenges. He was tasked with strengthening economic ties between the United States and Europe, a difficult endeavor given the reluctance of many European powers to engage with the fledgling American economy. He also worked tirelessly to secure favorable trade policies, often navigating the complexities of French bureaucracy with a mix of patience and determination. Beyond politics, Jefferson was captivated by French architecture, cuisine, and innovation. He toured historical sites, studied engineering advancements, and filled his journals with observations on everything from city planning to agricultural techniques. His experiences in France would later influence his vision for America, particularly in the design of buildings such as Monticello and the University of Virginia. As the years passed, Jefferson bore witness to the rising tensions that would soon explode into the French Revolution. He sympathized with the struggle of the French people, seeing echoes of America's own fight for independence. He advised Lafayette in drafting the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a document heavily inspired by Jefferson's own Declaration of Independence. Yet, as the revolution grew more radical, he became increasingly uneasy about the direction it was taking. By 1789, with revolution brewing and his diplomatic mission coming to an end, Jefferson prepared to return home. His time in France had broadened his perspective, exposing him to both the brilliance and the volatility of political change. Though he had left America as a man seeking redemption, he would return with renewed purpose, ready to help shape the future of the nation he had fought so hard to build. His next chapter would bring him into the highest levels of government, where his experiences abroad would inform his leadership and policies in ways that would resonate for generations to come. In 1789, Thomas Jefferson set sail from France, leaving behind a nation on the brink of revolution and returning to an America that was grappling with its own growing pains. The United States had gained its independence, but the young republic was far from stable. Factions were forming, ideological battles were intensifying, and the challenge of unifying 13 diverse states under a single government was proving to be a daunting task. Upon his return, Jefferson was quickly called to serve in George Washington's administration as the first Secretary of State. He took the position reluctantly, knowing that the role would place him at the center of political conflicts. His primary responsibility was to navigate America's foreign relations, ensuring that the country remained neutral in the face of growing tensions between Britain and France. Having just spent years in Paris, Jefferson had deep sympathies for the French people and their revolutionary cause. However, he also understood the dangers of entangling the fragile United States in European wars. Jefferson's tenure as Secretary of State was marked by a fierce rivalry with Alexander Hamilton, Washington's Secretary of the Treasury. The two men had vastly different visions for the future of the United States. Hamilton championed a strong central government, a national bank, and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, on the other hand, feared that such policies would lead to a system of aristocracy and corruption, undermining the very ideals of the Revolution. He advocated for a more agrarian society, one in which the power rested with the states and the common farmer rather than wealthy elites and bankers. Their disagreements came to define the early political landscape of the country. Hamilton pushed for the federal government to assume state debts and establish a national bank, arguing that it was essential for economic stability. Jefferson saw this as a dangerous overreach of federal power, a scheme that would benefit the wealthy at the expense of ordinary citizens. The debate grew so heated that it nearly fractured Washington's administration, forcing the president to act as a mediator between the two men. One of the most contentious issues during Jefferson's time as Secretary of State was America's stance on the French Revolution. As the revolution in France grew more radical, Jefferson continued to support the French people, believing that their struggle was a continuation of the fight for liberty. Hamilton and other Federalists, however, saw the revolution as dangerous and chaotic, warning that America should distance itself from the bloodshed. When Washington issued the Neutrality Proclamation in 1793, declaring that the United States would not take sides in the conflict between Britain and France, Jefferson was deeply frustrated. He felt that America was betraying its oldest ally, while Hamilton viewed neutrality as a necessary safeguard for the nation's security. The growing political divide between Jefferson and Hamilton ultimately led to the formation of America's first political parties. Hamilton and his supporters became the Federalists, advocating for a strong central government and a commercial economy. Jefferson and his followers became the Democratic Republicans, standing for states' rights and a more decentralized government. The nation was becoming increasingly polarized, and Jefferson found himself at the heart of the battle for its future direction. By 1793, exhausted by the relentless political infighting and disillusioned with Washington's policies, Jefferson resigned as Secretary of State. He retreated to Monticello, hoping to distance himself from the growing tensions in the capital. However, his departure from public office would be short-lived. The ideological battle between Federalists and Democratic Republicans was only beginning, and Jefferson's role in shaping the nation's future was far from over. His time away from government would allow him to reflect, strategize, and prepare for the next chapter of his political journey, one that would ultimately lead him to the highest office in the land. Thomas Jefferson's rivalry with Alexander Hamilton was one of the most defining conflicts in early American politics. Their ideological differences went beyond mere policy debates. They represented two opposing visions for the future of the United States. While Jefferson championed an agrarian republic built on states' rights and individual liberties, Hamilton envisioned a strong central government with a thriving financial system and close ties to commerce and industry. These clashing ideologies led to an intense personal and political battle that shaped the nation's trajectory. The animosity between the two men had its roots in Washington's cabinet, where Jefferson served as Secretary of State and Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Their first major conflict arose over Hamilton's plan to establish a national bank. Hamilton argued that a centralized financial institution was necessary for stabilizing the economy and strengthening federal authority. Jefferson, however, saw it as an unconstitutional overreach that would concentrate power in the hands of elites at the expense of ordinary citizens. The debate over the bank was fierce, with Jefferson warning that such measures would lead to tyranny and corruption. Another major point of contention was America's foreign policy. Jefferson, having served as a diplomat in France, was deeply sympathetic to the French Revolution and saw it as a continuation of the struggle for liberty. Hamilton, on the other hand, viewed the revolution's increasing radicalism with horror and advocated for stronger ties with Britain instead. When Washington issued the Neutrality Proclamation in 1793, Jefferson was furious, seeing it as a betrayal of the alliance with France, while Hamilton believed neutrality was essential to protect the fragile young republic. Their rivalry extended beyond policy disputes and took on a deeply personal nature. Hamilton and his Federalist allies often painted Jefferson as a dangerous radical, accusing him of sympathizing with anarchists and being too idealistic to govern effectively. Jefferson's supporters in turn portrayed Hamilton as a monarchist who sought to undermine the republic and establish a system of financial control that would benefit the wealthy at the expense of the common people. The conflict reached new heights in the mid-1790s, when Jefferson's allies, particularly newspaper editor Philip Freneau, launched relentless attacks against Hamilton in the press. Hamilton retaliated with his own scathing responses, and the political landscape became increasingly divided. This period saw the formation of America's first political parties, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson. The growing partisanship created a volatile atmosphere, with each side viewing the other as an existential threat to the Republic. Despite Washington's efforts to maintain unity, the hostility between Jefferson and Hamilton only intensified. Their rivalry culminated in the election of 1796, where Jefferson ran against John Adams, a Federalist, for the presidency. Though Adams won, Jefferson became vice president, setting the stage for even greater conflicts in the years to come. As the nation moved closer to another political showdown, it became clear that the struggle between these two titans would not only define their legacies, but also shape the very foundation of American democracy. The election of 1800 was one of the most contentious and pivotal moments in American history, marking a turning point in the nation's political landscape. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, once allies in the Revolution, had become bitter political rivals, representing two vastly different visions for the United States. Adams, the incumbent president and leader of the Federalist Party, sought to expand federal power and maintain close ties with Britain. Jefferson, leading the Democratic Republicans, championed states' rights, individual liberties, and an agrarian society. Their battle for the presidency would test the resilience of the young republic's democratic institutions. The animosity between Jefferson and Adams had been simmering for years, but it reached new heights during Adams's presidency. The passage of the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798 had deeply angered Jefferson and his supporters. These laws, which limited free speech and targeted immigrants, were seen as an authoritarian overreach designed to silence opposition. Jefferson believed they violated the Constitution and threatened the very principles of the American Revolution. In response, he and James Madison drafted the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, asserting that states had the right to nullify unconstitutional federal laws. This set the stage for a fierce electoral showdown. As the election of 1800 approached, both parties engaged in ruthless campaigning. Federalists accused Jefferson of being an atheist and a dangerous radical, who would bring chaos and anarchy. They warned that his presidency would lead to the destruction of religion and morality. Meanwhile, Jefferson's supporters painted Adams as a power-hungry monarchist who sought to trample on civil liberties and expand government control. Newspapers on both sides published relentless attacks, making the election one of the dirtiest in American history. The election results revealed deep divisions in the country. Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, both received 73 electoral votes, while Adams finished behind with 65. However, because Jefferson and Burr were tied, the decision was thrown to the House of Representatives, where Federalists still held significant influence. Over the next several days, the House underwent multiple rounds of voting, with neither Jefferson nor Burr securing a majority. The deadlock created a political crisis, raising fears that the nation might descend into chaos. Behind the scenes, Federalists debated whether to support Burr over Jefferson, seeing him as more malleable. But Alexander Hamilton, despite his own fierce rivalry with Jefferson, viewed Burr as an unprincipled opportunist who could not be trusted with power. In a move that would prove decisive, Hamilton lobbied his Federalist allies to break the deadlock and support Jefferson. On the 36th ballot, the House finally elected Jefferson as the third President of the United States, with Burr as his Vice President. The peaceful transfer of power from one party to another was unprecedented in American history. Jefferson referred to it as the Revolution of 1800, emphasizing that power had changed hands, not through violence, but through the will of the people. His inauguration speech struck a conciliatory tone, declaring, "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists." Despite the bitterness of the election, he sought to unite the country and reaffirm the principles of democracy. The election of 1800 not only cemented Jefferson's legacy, but also established a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of power in the United States, a tradition that would define the nation's political system for centuries to come. Thomas Jefferson's presidency began on March 4, 1801, with a modest and unpretentious inauguration in the newly established capital of Washington, D.C. Unlike his predecessors, who had arrived in elaborate carriages, Jefferson walked to the Capitol in simple attire, setting the tone for what he envisioned as a presidency of the people. He sought to dismantle what he saw as the aristocratic excesses of the Federalist administration and restore the government to its revolutionary ideals. One of his first priorities was reducing the size and influence of the federal government. He slashed military spending, cut taxes, and worked to eliminate the national debt, believing that a government with too much power posed a threat to individual liberties. Jefferson also sought to undo many of the policies put in place by the Federalists, including the Alien and Sedition Acts, which he saw as an assault on free speech. He pardoned those who had been imprisoned under these laws and ensured they were repealed, reinforcing his commitment to civil liberties. Despite his calls for unity, Jefferson faced opposition from the Federalist-controlled judiciary. One of the most significant battles of his early presidency was over the judiciary appointments made by John Adams in his final days in office. Adams had appointed numerous Federalist judges, known as the Midnight Judges, in an effort to maintain his party's influence. Jefferson and his supporters saw this as an attempt to undermine the will of the people and sought to challenge these appointments. This led to the landmark Supreme Court case, Marbury vs. Madison, which established the principle of judicial review, giving the courts the power to strike down unconstitutional laws. Although this decision ultimately strengthened the judiciary, Jefferson remained wary of what he saw as judicial overreach. One of the defining moments of Jefferson's first term was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon Bonaparte, embroiled in European wars, was eager to sell France's North American territory, and Jefferson seized the opportunity. For $15 million, the United States acquired a vast expanse of land, doubling the nation's size overnight. This purchase was a triumph for Jefferson's vision of an agrarian America, providing endless opportunities for westward expansion. However, it also raised constitutional questions, as the power to acquire new land was not explicitly granted to the president. Jefferson, who had long championed a strict interpretation of the Constitution, found himself in a moral dilemma. In the end, he justified the purchase as a necessary step for the nation's future, marking one of the most significant achievements of his presidency. To explore this new territory, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their journey, which began in 1804, aimed to map the land, establish trade with Native American tribes, and seek a route to the Pacific. The expedition's findings provided invaluable knowledge about the geography and resources of the West and strengthened American claims to the land. Jefferson's first term was largely successful, but it was not without controversy. His strict policies on government spending and military reduction left the nation vulnerable to foreign threats, particularly from the Barbary states of North Africa. American ships faced attacks from pirates demanding tribute, leading to the First Barbary War. Jefferson, reluctant to engage in military conflicts, eventually authorized naval action, demonstrating that he was willing to use force when necessary to protect American interests. By the end of his first term, Jefferson had reshaped the presidency, proving that a leader could govern with simplicity and a focus on the people's interests. His policies had expanded the nation, reduced government overreach, and reinforced democratic ideals. As the election of 1804 approached, he remained popular, but challenges loomed on the horizon, both at home and abroad. The Louisiana Purchase stands as one of the most significant and consequential land deals in American history. When Thomas Jefferson assumed the presidency, the western frontier remained a vast and largely unknown expanse, controlled by European powers. At the heart of this territory was the Louisiana region, a massive swath of land stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. Originally controlled by France, it had been secretly transferred to Spain following the 7 Years' War, only to be reclaimed by Napoleon Bonaparte in 1800 through the Treaty of San Ildefonso. Jefferson, a staunch believer in westward expansion and agrarian democracy, recognized the strategic importance of New Orleans, the gateway to the Mississippi River and a vital hub for American trade. However, the port city remained under French control, and American merchants faced increasing restrictions on their ability to navigate the river. Fearing that Napoleon might establish a strong French presence in North America, Jefferson sought to negotiate the purchase of New Orleans and its surrounding areas to secure American interests. In 1802, Jefferson dispatched Robert Livingston, the U.S. ambassador to France, to initiate negotiations with Napoleon's government. Initially, Livingston's efforts bore little fruit, as Napoleon had grand ambitions for his American empire. However, the situation in Europe soon shifted dramatically. France found itself embroiled in war with Britain, and Napoleon faced growing difficulties in maintaining control over his Caribbean colonies, particularly in Saint-Domingue, where a slave revolt had severely weakened French influence. Without a profitable Caribbean base, Louisiana became more of a liability than an asset to the French. Sensing an opportunity, Jefferson sent James Monroe to France in early 1803 to strengthen negotiations. To the surprise of the American delegation, Napoleon, in desperate need of funds to finance his European campaigns, offered to sell not just New Orleans, but the entire Louisiana territory. The offer was staggering: 828,000 square miles of land for the sum of $15 million. At a cost of roughly 4 cents per acre, It was an unprecedented deal that would double the size of the United States overnight. Despite the extraordinary opportunity, the purchase raised constitutional concerns. Jefferson, a strict constructionist, had long argued that the federal government should operate only within the explicit powers granted by the Constitution. Now faced with the chance to acquire vast new territories, he grappled with whether the executive branch had the authority to make such a purchase without a constitutional amendment. After much deliberation, Jefferson ultimately justified the acquisition as a necessary and implied power of the government, reasoning that the expansion of land would secure the future prosperity and security of the nation. The Louisiana Purchase Treaty was signed on April 30, 1803, and ratified by the U.S. Senate later that year. News of the acquisition was met with widespread enthusiasm among Americans, particularly among settlers eager to push westward. However, not everyone welcomed the expansion. Federalists in New England opposed the purchase, fearing that the addition of vast western territories would dilute their political influence. Some even speculated that the new lands might become ungovernable and lead to fragmentation. With the acquisition secured, Jefferson turned his attention to exploration. In 1804, he commissioned the Corps of Discovery, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, to survey the newly acquired territory and map a route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey, which lasted over 2 years, provided invaluable information about the geography, indigenous peoples, and natural resources of the region, further fueling American expansionist ambitions. The Louisiana Purchase not only transformed the United States geographically, but also reshaped its destiny. It reinforced Jefferson's vision of an agrarian republic, provided room for future generations, and secured American control over vital trade routes. Though controversial at the time, the purchase would prove to be one of the most successful and visionary acts of Jefferson's presidency, cementing his legacy as the architect of America's westward expansion. As president, he had already orchestrated one of the greatest land deals in history with the Louisiana Purchase, but acquiring the land was just the beginning. Now Jefferson sought to uncover the secrets of the vast, uncharted territory, setting the stage for one of the most legendary expeditions in American history, the journey of Lewis and Clark. In 1803, with the ink barely dry on the Louisiana Purchase, Jefferson wasted no time in planning an exploration of the new lands. He envisioned a bold expedition that would map the territory, establish trade with Native American tribes, and seek a navigable water route to the Pacific Ocean. It was a mission of science, diplomacy, and adventure, and it required the right men to lead it. Jefferson turned to his trusted secretary, Meriwether Lewis, a skilled soldier and frontiersman with a sharp intellect and a deep love for the wilderness. To assist him, Lewis recruited his close friend William Clark, a seasoned explorer and military leader. Together, they would command the Corps of Discovery, a hand-picked team of rugged individuals ready to face the unknown. Jefferson's meticulous nature was evident in his preparations. He personally instructed Lewis in the sciences, ensuring he could document new plant and animal species, study geographic formations, and navigate by the stars. The president also provided detailed instructions for diplomacy with Native American tribes, emphasizing peace and mutual respect. He saw the expedition as an opportunity not only to expand knowledge, but also to lay the groundwork for American presence in the West. On May 14, 1804, the Corps of Discovery set off from St. Louis, venturing into a landscape few Europeans had ever seen. The journey was perilous. Raging rivers, harsh weather, and limited supplies tested their endurance. Encounters with Native American tribes varied from friendly exchanges to tense standoffs. Sacagawea, a young Shoshone woman, became an invaluable guide and interpreter, helping the expedition navigate treacherous terrain and broker alliances with indigenous groups. Her knowledge of the land and languages proved crucial to their survival. Through scorching summers and brutal winters, Lewis and Clark pushed forward. They discovered breathtaking landscapes, vast herds of buffalo, and towering mountain ranges that defied their maps. Their journals, filled with sketches and descriptions, provided the first detailed account of America's untamed western frontier. They reached the Pacific Ocean in November 1805, a triumphant moment that fulfilled Jefferson's dream of expanding American knowledge and influence across the continent. The journey back was equally arduous, but when the expedition finally returned in 1806, they were hailed as heroes. Their discoveries reshaped America's understanding of the West and fueled the spirit of exploration for generations to come. Jefferson, ever the scholar, pored over their findings, incorporating them into his vision for the nation's future. The Lewis and Clark expedition was more than just a journey. It was a turning point that set the stage for America's westward expansion, forever changing the course of history. As Thomas Jefferson entered his second term as president in 1805, he found himself navigating a storm of political turmoil, international conflict, and domestic conspiracies that threatened to shake the very foundation of his administration. What had begun as a presidency marked by expansion and progress was now under siege by forces both seen and unseen. One of the most insidious threats came from within his own ranks. Aaron Burr, Jefferson's former vice president, had already stained his name with the infamous duel that ended Alexander Hamilton's life. But Burr's ambitions did not die on the banks of the Hudson. As whispers of treason grew louder, Jefferson received intelligence that Burr was plotting something far greater, an attempt to carve out his own empire in the Western Territories, potentially seizing land from Spanish-held territories, or even attempting to break apart the young United States. Determined to protect the Union, Jefferson authorized an intense investigation into Burr's actions. In 1807, Burr was arrested and put on trial for treason. The trial, presided over by Chief Justice John Marshall, became one of the most dramatic courtroom battles in American history. Jefferson, deeply invested in the outcome, clashed with Marshall, who ultimately ruled that there was insufficient evidence to convict Burr. Though acquitted, Burr's political career was in ruins, and Jefferson's distrust of the judiciary only deepened. Beyond domestic conspiracies, Jefferson's second term was also plagued by escalating tensions with Britain and France. The Napoleonic Wars had thrown Europe into chaos, and American merchants found themselves caught in the crossfire. British warships routinely stopped American vessels, impressing sailors into the Royal Navy, an act Jefferson and the American public viewed as a grave insult to national sovereignty. The situation reached a boiling point in 1807 when the British frigate HMS Leopard attacked the USS Chesapeake just off the coast of Virginia, killing and wounding American sailors in an act of blatant aggression. Jefferson's response was swift but controversial. Instead of war, he chose economic warfare, pushing through the Embargo Act of 1807, which prohibited American ships from trading with foreign nations. He believed that by cutting off trade, Britain and France would be forced to respect American neutrality. However, the embargo backfired disastrously. Instead of crippling foreign economies, it devastated American merchants, especially in New England, where commerce was the lifeblood of the economy. Smuggling skyrocketed, opposition to Jefferson's policies grew fiercer, and even some of his staunchest supporters began to question his leadership. As his presidency neared its end, Jefferson faced mounting criticism and personal attacks. The idealism that had marked his first term was now overshadowed by the harsh realities of governance. Though he remained committed to his vision of a self-sufficient agrarian America, he could not ignore the divisions forming within the nation. In 1809, as his second term concluded, Jefferson chose to step away from the presidency, retreating to Monticello, where he hoped to spend his remaining years focused on intellectual pursuits and the education of future generations. Despite the turbulence of his second term, Jefferson's legacy remained intact. His belief in the power of the people, his commitment to exploration and expansion, and his role in shaping the young nation ensured his place as one of the most influential figures in American history. But the threats he faced during these years, both from within and beyond, were a sobering reminder that the experiment of American democracy was still fragile, constantly tested by the ambitions of men and the shifting tides of global conflict. As Thomas Jefferson's presidency neared its conclusion, one decision came to define his second term more than any other: the Embargo Act of 1807. It was meant to be a strategic move, an assertion of American sovereignty without resorting to war. Instead, it became one of the most disastrous economic policies in the young nation's history, leaving merchants bankrupt, sailors unemployed, and entire industries in ruins. The origins of the embargo lay in the Napoleonic Wars that raged across Europe. Britain and France, locked in bitter conflict, had little regard for American neutrality. The British Royal Navy, desperate for manpower, routinely stopped American ships, seizing cargo and forcing American sailors into service under the Union Jack. This practice, known as impressment, enraged Jefferson and the American public, who saw it as an affront to national dignity. Meanwhile, France, under Napoleon, imposed its own restrictions, capturing American ships that traded with Britain. The seas had become a battleground, and American commerce was caught in the middle. Jefferson, ever the strategist, sought a solution that would avoid military conflict while asserting American independence. He believed that economic pressure, rather than war, would force Britain and France to respect American neutrality. His answer was the Embargo Act, a sweeping law that effectively shut down all American trade with foreign nations. No ships could leave U.S. ports for overseas markets, and foreign vessels were barred from exporting American goods. Jefferson and his supporters believed that Britain and France, reliant on American agricultural exports, would quickly feel the sting and be forced to negotiate. Instead, the act's most immediate casualties were Americans themselves. The northeastern states, whose economies were built on shipping and international trade, were hit hardest. Ports that once bustled with commerce fell silent, ships rotted in harbors, and businesses collapsed. Farmers, unable to sell their crops abroad, faced financial ruin. Smuggling became rampant, as desperate merchants found ways to skirt the law, slipping goods across the Canadian border or using illicit routes along the coastline. The backlash was swift and fierce. Political opponents, especially the Federalists, decried the embargo as an overreach of executive power. Newspapers attacked Jefferson relentlessly, portraying him as a tyrant who had sacrificed the nation's economy for a doomed policy. Even members of his own party began to waver. Enforcing the embargo proved nearly impossible, and as resistance grew, the government resorted to increasingly strict measures, further alienating the public. By 1809, it was clear that the embargo had failed. Britain and France had not been crippled as Jefferson had hoped. Instead, they found other sources for goods, while American businesses crumbled. Facing mounting pressure, Congress repealed the embargo just days before Jefferson left office. It was a bitter end to his presidency, a stark contrast to the triumphs of his first term. Though Jefferson remained convinced that the embargo had been a principled stand against foreign aggression, history would judge it as one of his greatest missteps. It highlighted the limits of economic warfare and underscored the challenges of maintaining neutrality in a world dominated by European conflicts. For the American people, it was a painful lesson in the consequences of isolationism, one that would not be forgotten as the nation moved forward into an uncertain future. As Thomas Jefferson stepped away from the presidency in 1809, he left behind a nation that had grown in both size and stature, but also one that faced deep political divisions and economic turmoil. His second term had been marred by the failure of the Embargo Act, yet Jefferson himself remained steadfast in his belief that his policies had been necessary to protect American sovereignty. Now, at 65 years old, he retreated to Monticello, his beloved Virginia estate, seeking solace in the world of ideas, architecture, and agriculture. Monticello had always been Jefferson's sanctuary, a reflection of his intellectual pursuits and personal philosophy. The grand house, which he had designed and redesigned over decades, stood as a testament to his love of classical architecture and innovation. Nestled in the rolling hills of Virginia, Monticello was more than just a home. It was an experimental farm, a working plantation, and a laboratory for his endless curiosity. In the years following his presidency, Jefferson immersed himself in agriculture, scientific experimentation, and philosophical study. He maintained an extensive correspondence with former allies and rivals alike, offering his insights on governance, liberty, and the future of the Republic. Though officially retired from public life, his influence remained vast. His letters to John Adams, once his fiercest political adversary, evolved into some of the most profound philosophical exchanges in American history. The two elder statesmen, having reconciled after years of political enmity, reflected on their revolutionary past and the enduring struggle for democracy. Despite his intellectual pursuits, Jefferson's post-presidency was not without hardship. His finances, always precarious, became increasingly dire. The cost of maintaining Monticello, coupled with his generous hospitality and mounting debts, placed him in financial jeopardy. He was forced to sell land, and yet his situation continued to worsen. Unlike his fellow founding fathers, Jefferson never amassed great wealth, and as the years passed, the weight of his financial troubles became inescapable. Jefferson also remained deeply engaged in one of his most ambitious projects, the founding of the University of Virginia. He envisioned it as a new model for higher education, one free from religious influence and dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. He personally oversaw its design, curriculum, and governance, ensuring that it embodied his ideals of enlightenment and self-improvement. The university, which opened in 1825, became one of his proudest achievements, a lasting legacy to his belief in the power of education. As his health declined in the mid-1820s, Jefferson found himself reflecting more and more on his role in shaping the nation. He took great pride in his authorship of the Declaration of Independence, his advocacy for religious freedom, and his contributions to American governance. Yet, he was acutely aware of the contradictions in his own life, chief among them, his lifelong ownership of enslaved people. Though he had once spoken against slavery, he had never taken the decisive steps to free those who lived and worked at Monticello, a moral conflict that would shadow his legacy for generations. On July 4, 1826, exactly 50 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson passed away at Monticello. In a remarkable coincidence, John Adams died on the very same day, marking the end of an era. Jefferson's final words, though disputed, are said to have reflected his enduring devotion to the cause of liberty. Jefferson's retreat to Monticello was not merely an escape from politics, but a continuation of his lifelong quest for knowledge and progress. Though burdened by debt and controversy, he remained a towering figure in American history, his influence stretching far beyond his years in office. His vision for the young republic, though flawed, helped shape the nation's identity and aspirations, ensuring that his legacy would endure for centuries to come. For nearly 2 centuries, the relationship between Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings remained shrouded in speculation, denial, and controversy. Hemings, an enslaved woman at Monticello, was not just any servant. She was the half-sister of Jefferson's late wife, Martha, born from the union of Jefferson's father-in-law and an enslaved woman. This connection alone placed her in a unique and complex position within the household, but it was the nature of her relationship with Jefferson that would stir generations of debate and challenge the carefully crafted image of one of America's most revered founding fathers. The earliest whispers of Jefferson's alleged secret life began during his presidency, when journalist James Callender published accusations that he had fathered children with one of his slaves. At the time, Jefferson's political enemies seized upon the claims, while his supporters dismissed them as slander. Without definitive proof, the allegations faded into rumor, lingering at the edges of his otherwise towering legacy. But within the walls of Monticello, the truth was far more complicated than any political pamphlet could capture. Hemings had accompanied Jefferson to Paris when he served as a diplomat in the 1780s. There she was exposed to the ideals of liberty and revolution, ideas that she could never fully claim for herself. It was in Paris, scholars believe, that Jefferson and Hemings's relationship began. As an enslaved woman in France, she had legal grounds to claim her freedom, yet she returned to Virginia with Jefferson under conditions that remain unclear. Some accounts suggest that she negotiated her return on the promise that her future children would be freed, though no written agreement exists to confirm this. What is known is that Hemings gave birth to several children, and oral histories passed down through her descendants consistently identified Jefferson as their father. The children were granted special privileges not afforded to other enslaved individuals at Monticello. They were trained in skilled trades, allowed to work for wages, and eventually freed when they came of age. This treatment, while still within the constraints of enslavement, suggested a unique and deeply personal connection between Jefferson and the Hemings family. Some of Hemings' children even bore a striking resemblance to Jefferson, further fueling speculation that he was indeed their father. For decades, historians debated the veracity of these claims, some insisting that it was one of Jefferson's nephews who fathered the Hemings' children. However, in 1998, DNA testing confirmed a genetic link between Jefferson and Hemings's descendants, reigniting the discussion and forcing many to confront an uncomfortable truth. The revelation shattered the long-standing denials that had persisted for generations and reshaped the way historians viewed Jefferson's legacy. Jefferson himself never publicly acknowledged the relationship, and no direct written evidence from him on the matter exists. His silence left a void that historians have attempted to fill with letters, records, and testimonies from those who lived at Monticello. What emerges from these fragments is a story of power, secrecy, and the contradictions of a man who championed liberty while denying it to those within his own household. The complexities of his relationship with Hemings challenge the simplistic narrative of Jefferson as merely a visionary statesman. Instead, they reveal a deeply flawed individual whose personal life was marked by the same moral conflicts that shaped the young nation he helped build. The story of Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson forces a reckoning with the realities of slavery and the hypocrisies embedded in the very foundations of the American Republic. Jefferson's own writings on the evils of slavery stand in stark contrast to his actions, raising difficult questions about the true nature of his beliefs and his willingness or unwillingness to act upon them. His words in the Declaration of Independence inspired revolutions, yet his personal life revealed the stark hypocrisy of a man who owned over 600 enslaved individuals in his lifetime. As the years passed, the descendants of Sally Hemings carried forth their family's story, determined to have their history recognized and validated. Today, Monticello acknowledges this part of Jefferson's life, integrating it into the broader narrative of his legacy. The story of Sally Hemings is no longer relegated to rumor or speculation, but stands as an essential part of American history, a reminder that the past is rarely as simple as the myths we choose to tell. In understanding Jefferson's contradictions, we gain a deeper and more honest view of the man and the nation he helped shape. As Thomas Jefferson withdrew from the political stage, he did not retreat into idleness. Instead, he turned his attention to one of the greatest intellectual pursuits of his life, the founding of the University of Virginia. Jefferson had long believed that education was the bedrock of a free and thriving democracy. To him, an informed citizenry was essential for the preservation of liberty, and he saw public education as the means to cultivate the next generation of leaders, scholars, and statesmen. The idea of a university that would be free from religious affiliation and political influence had been germinating in Jefferson's mind for decades. He had observed firsthand how higher education in America was often tied to sectarian institutions, where religious doctrine played a significant role in shaping curricula. Jefferson envisioned something radically different, a public university dedicated solely to the advancement of knowledge, scientific inquiry, and the principles of reason. In his retirement at Monticello, he finally had the opportunity to bring this vision to life. In 1816, Jefferson began assembling a team of influential Virginians, including James Madison and James Monroe, to gain support for his ambitious project. He proposed Charlottesville as the site for the university, not only because of its central location in Virginia, but also because of its proximity to Monticello, where he could closely oversee its development. He played a direct role in every aspect of the university's creation, from selecting faculty to designing its architectural layout. Jefferson's meticulous attention to detail was evident in every decision, particularly in the design of the rotunda, which he modeled after the Pantheon in Rome. The university, he believed, should be a place that inspired both intellectual and aesthetic appreciation. Unlike other American universities of the time, the University of Virginia was structured around an innovative model. Instead of a singular governing president, Jefferson designed a system where professors and faculty had a greater degree of autonomy. The curriculum was broad and modern for its time, covering subjects such as law, medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and modern languages. He sought to create an institution that prepared students not just for the clergy or government service, but for a wide range of professions, ensuring that knowledge served practical and societal needs. One of Jefferson's most radical departures from tradition was his rejection of religious doctrine in education. At a time when most universities were closely tied to Christian denominations, Jefferson's insistence on separating church and academia was seen as controversial. He firmly believed that higher education should be rooted in reason and empirical thought, rather than theological influence. This principle was enshrined in the university's charter, making it one of the first secular institutions of higher learning in the United States. Funding the university proved to be one of Jefferson's greatest challenges. He lobbied tirelessly for financial support from the Virginia legislature, emphasizing that the investment in education would pay dividends for the state and the nation. Though he encountered resistance, his persuasive arguments eventually secured state funding, allowing the university to move forward. Construction began in 1817, and over the next several years, Jefferson oversaw its progress with unwavering dedication. He frequently visited the site, personally inspecting the work and corresponding with builders and architects to ensure his vision was realized. When the University of Virginia officially opened its doors in 1825, it was a landmark achievement in American education. Its model of elective courses, student self-governance, and a secular curriculum would influence higher education for generations to come. Jefferson considered the university one of his greatest accomplishments, ranking it alongside the Declaration of Independence and the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom on the epitaph he wrote for himself. Yet, as with much of Jefferson's legacy, the university was not without contradictions. While he championed the ideals of enlightenment and progress, the institution was built and maintained with the labor of enslaved individuals. This reality underscores the complexities of Jefferson's character, a visionary who fought for human advancement while remaining deeply entrenched in the institution of slavery. Today, the University of Virginia stands as a testament to Jefferson's enduring belief in education as the foundation of a free society. His vision for a public university shaped the landscape of American higher education, and the principles he embedded into its foundation continue to guide its mission. The story of its creation offers a glimpse into Jefferson's restless intellect, his relentless pursuit of knowledge, and his unwavering belief that the mind was the key to the preservation of liberty. His dream of an institution devoted to the pursuit of knowledge was realized, leaving an indelible mark on the nation he helped build. As the Revolutionary War faded into history and the United States solidified its place as a young but resilient nation, two of its most influential architects found themselves on opposite sides of an ideological battlefield. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams had once been allies, bound by their shared vision of American independence, but the turbulent political landscape of the late 18th century had driven a deep wedge between them. Their fierce rivalry reached its peak during the bitter election of 1800, when Jefferson unseated Adams to become the third president of the United States. The animosity between them seemed irreparable, and for years the two men lived in silence, each believing the other had betrayed the republic they had fought to build. Yet time has a way of softening even the most hardened grievances. As the years passed, and both men stepped away from public life, their mutual friend, Dr. Benjamin Rush, saw an opportunity for reconciliation. He encouraged each to reach out to the other, believing that their shared history and contributions to the nation far outweighed their political differences. In 1812, Jefferson received an unexpected letter from Adams. The contents were brief but significant, a simple acknowledgement of past conflicts, and an invitation to reopen the door to friendship. Jefferson, ever the philosopher, responded with warmth, and so began one of the most extraordinary correspondences in American history. Over the next 14 years, Jefferson and Adams exchanged more than 150 letters, engaging in deep and reflective discussions on politics, philosophy, religion, and the fate of the republic they had helped create. Their letters revealed two elder statesmen who, despite their past enmities, found solace in each other's intellect and companionship. They debated the role of government, the meaning of democracy, and the legacy of the American Revolution. Adams, always pragmatic, often challenged Jefferson's idealism, while Jefferson, ever the visionary, pushed Adams to see beyond the immediate challenges of the time. The letters also carried a deeply personal tone. They reminisced about their shared experiences, from the drafting of the Declaration of Independence to their time in Europe as diplomats. They spoke of aging, of the loss of friends, and of the inevitable approach of death. What had once been a relationship defined by rivalry transformed into one of mutual respect and understanding, an acknowledgement that despite their differences, they had both played indispensable roles in shaping the nation. Their correspondence continued until the very end of their lives. In a remarkable twist of fate, both men passed away on the same day, July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Adams, in his final moments, is said to have murmured, "Thomas Jefferson survives," unaware that Jefferson had passed away just hours earlier. Their deaths on such a symbolic day cemented their legacy as two of the most significant figures in American history. The letters between Jefferson and Adams stand as a testament to the power of reconciliation and the enduring bonds of shared history. Though they had once been adversaries, their final years were marked, not by bitterness, but by a profound recognition of the journey they had undertaken together. In their words, future generations would find wisdom, humility, and the reminder that even the deepest divisions can be bridged through dialogue and understanding. As Thomas Jefferson entered the final years of his life, the weight of financial ruin loomed over him. Once a man of considerable wealth, Jefferson found himself trapped in an ever-deepening pit of debt, the result of years of personal spending, failed agricultural ventures, and the economic turbulence of the early American Republic. His beloved estate, Monticello, which had once stood as a testament to his architectural genius and refined taste, was now a crumbling monument to his financial struggles. Jefferson's financial troubles had begun years earlier, exacerbated by the lavish lifestyle he maintained despite dwindling revenues. Unlike his more frugal contemporaries, Jefferson was a man of grand ambitions, pouring resources into his library, vineyards, and scientific pursuits. The Embargo Act of 1807, which he had championed as president, further strained his finances by devastating Virginia's agricultural economy, cutting off exports to European markets, and reducing his plantation's income to a fraction of what it once was. Unable to keep up with mounting debts, he was forced to take out loans, often at unfavorable terms from various banks and private creditors. By the 1820s, Jefferson owed well over $100,000, an astronomical sum for the time. He attempted various schemes to alleviate his financial burdens, including the sale of vast portions of his land, but buyers were scarce, and prices were far below what he had hoped. The construction of the University of Virginia, which he had poured his heart and soul into, had also drained his resources, leaving him with little more than a mountain of unpaid bills. Desperation led Jefferson to consider unthinkable measures. In 1826, he made a public appeal for financial aid, seeking a state-sponsored lottery to raise funds and prevent the forced sale of Monticello. While some sympathetic supporters donated money, the effort ultimately fell short, leaving Jefferson with no choice but to accept the inevitable. As his financial woes deepened, so too did his physical health. Now in his 80s, Jefferson suffered from a variety of ailments, including severe rheumatism and digestive issues. Once a man of boundless energy, he now spent much of his time confined to his bed, his body betraying him as his debts continued to mount. His last months were marked by a quiet resignation to fate. Though he had spent his life shaping the destiny of a nation, he could not escape the consequences of his financial mismanagement. His correspondence with old friends, including John Adams and James Madison, took on an increasingly reflective tone as he pondered the meaning of his legacy and the uncertain future of his beloved home. On July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson passed away at Monticello just hours before John Adams drew his last breath in Massachusetts. His debts remained unpaid, and within a few years Monticello and many of his possessions were sold at auction to settle his creditors. The estate that had once been the pride of one of America's greatest minds was lost, but his contributions to the nation endured. Jefferson's final years serve as a cautionary tale of ambition unchecked by financial prudence. Though he had built a nation, he could not save himself from ruin. And yet, even in his darkest moments, he remained devoted to the ideals of liberty, education, and progress, leaving behind a legacy that would far outlast his debts. On the morning of July 4, 1826, Thomas Jefferson lay in his bed at Monticello, his body frail, his breath shallow. The date was significant, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the very document he had crafted with his own hand. He had hoped to live to see the day, and in his final moments, it seemed as though sheer willpower had carried him to this momentous occasion. As the sun rose over Virginia, Jefferson drifted in and out of consciousness, murmuring words that those around him struggled to understand. His mind, once sharp and relentless, now faded between the present and the past. Miles away in Quincy, Massachusetts, another founding father was also on his deathbed. John Adams, Jefferson's old rival turned dear friend, had similarly clung to life, determined to see another 4th of July. Though the two men had spent years in bitter political combat, they had reconciled in their later years, exchanging letters filled with wisdom, humor, and reflections on their shared history. Adams, unaware of Jefferson's fate, is said to have spoken his final words, "Thomas Jefferson survives." But he was mistaken. Jefferson had passed away just hours earlier. The coincidence of their deaths on the 50th anniversary of American independence stunned the nation. It was seen by many as a divine sign, a poetic conclusion to the lives of two of the country's greatest architects. The news spread quickly, and tributes poured in from across the young nation. Jefferson's passing marked the end of an era, a farewell to the last surviving member of the committee that had drafted the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson's funeral was a modest affair, as he had wished. A small gathering of family and friends assembled at Monticello to lay him to rest in a simple grave. There was no grand state funeral, no elaborate processions, only the quiet mourning of those who had known him best. His epitaph, which he had written himself, made no mention of his presidency. Instead it read, "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." These, he believed, were his greatest achievements, the legacies that would outlive him. The deaths of Jefferson and Adams on the same day only strengthened their place in American mythology. Their lives had been intertwined from the beginning, and now in death they were forever linked. To the American people, it was as if the founders had chosen their moment to leave, departing together on the anniversary of their greatest triumph. It was a story too perfect to be fiction, a final chapter that cemented their legend. Even in death, Jefferson's influence endured. His vision of America, an educated, free, and democratic republic, continued to shape the nation. The ideals he had fought for lived on, carried forward by new generations who saw in him not just a man, but a symbol of what America could be. Though he had left behind a life filled with contradictions, triumphs, and failures, one truth remained: Thomas Jefferson's mark on history would never fade. Thomas Jefferson remains one of the most complex and debated figures in American history. His contributions to the founding of the United States are undeniable. His pen crafted the Declaration of Independence. His vision expanded the nation's borders, and his belief in education led to the founding of the University of Virginia. Yet, for all his achievements, Jefferson's legacy is one of contradictions. He championed liberty while owning slaves. He advocated for limited government, yet expanded executive power, and he spoke of an agrarian utopia while laying the foundations for American industrialization. His words, "All men are created equal," became the rallying cry for freedom movements across the world. Yet the reality of his own life revealed the deep-seated paradoxes of his time. The relationship between Jefferson and Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman at Monticello, remains a subject of intense scrutiny. The revelations of their likely children have reshaped the public's understanding of Jefferson, challenging the carefully crafted image of the philosopher-statesman. Despite these contradictions, Jefferson's influence endures. His vision of an educated and informed citizenry remains a cornerstone of American democracy. The ideals he put forward continue to inspire, even as the realities of his life force the nation to confront its own past. Historical interpretation of Jefferson has evolved over time. Once regarded as a near-mythic founding father, modern scholarship presents him as a man shaped by his era, brilliant yet flawed, progressive in thought yet bound by the limitations of his own world. From the halls of the University of Virginia to the corridors of the U.S. Capitol, Jefferson's name is etched into the foundation of the nation. But the question remains, how should history remember him? As a revolutionary or a hypocrite? As a visionary or a pragmatist? Perhaps the answer lies not in choosing one or the other, but in recognizing the full scope of his life, a life that mirrors the contradictions of America itself, a nation built on ideals yet struggling with its own realities. Jefferson once wrote, "I like the dreams of the future better than the history of the past," and perhaps that is his true legacy, not just what he built, but the enduring questions he left behind, questions that continue to shape the American story to this day. Thomas Jefferson was once revered as an almost mythical figure, a founding father whose ideals shaped the very core of American democracy. His face adorns monuments, his words are etched into the nation's founding documents, and his vision of an educated citizenry still influences policy. But as history has progressed, the perception of Jefferson has undergone significant scrutiny and transformation. For much of American history, Jefferson was celebrated as the quintessential champion of liberty and self-governance. His contributions to the Declaration of Independence cemented his legacy as a defender of human rights and individual freedoms. His presidency was marked by expansionist policies that doubled the nation's size, and his intellectual pursuits laid the groundwork for future generations. Yet, as historical analysis has evolved, so too has the public discourse surrounding his life and legacy. One of the most contentious aspects of Jefferson's legacy is his relationship with slavery. Though he publicly decried the institution and even took legislative steps to limit its spread, he remained a slave owner throughout his life. Monticello, his grand estate, was built and maintained by the very system he claimed to oppose. The revelation that he likely fathered multiple children with Sally Hemings, one of his enslaved women, has added layers of complexity to his historical image. For many, this contradiction embodies the moral failings of the early American Republic, a nation that proclaimed freedom while denying it to millions. In recent decades, debates over Jefferson's legacy have intensified. Some institutions have reconsidered his place of honor, while others have sought to contextualize his achievements alongside his flaws. The University of Virginia, which he founded, now openly acknowledges his entanglement with slavery. Monticello has incorporated the voices of Hemings' descendants into its narrative, reflecting a broader effort to present an honest and inclusive history. Modern historians wrestle with Jefferson's duality. Was he a visionary trapped by the limitations of his time, or a hypocrite who failed to act on his own principles? Can his contributions to democracy be separated from his personal contradictions? These questions remain at the forefront of discussions about his legacy, shaping how future generations will remember him. Despite the controversy, Jefferson's influence is undeniable. His writings continue to inspire democratic movements worldwide, and his ideas about government, education, and individual rights still resonate. But the shift in how he is remembered serves as a testament to history's ever-evolving nature, where no figure is beyond critical examination, and no legacy is immune to reinterpretation. In the end, Jefferson remains a towering yet deeply flawed figure. His story reflects the promise and contradictions of the American experiment itself, a nation striving for greatness while grappling with its own imperfections. And perhaps that is the most fitting way to remember him, not as an untouchable idol, but as a man whose legacy invites reflection, debate, and an ongoing pursuit of truth. Thomas Jefferson's legacy is as complex as the man himself. He was a visionary who helped forge the principles of democracy, yet a man bound by the contradictions of his time. He authored the Declaration of Independence, proclaiming that all men are created equal, while simultaneously owning slaves. He championed the rights of individuals and the power of education, yet remained silent in the face of the growing abolitionist movement. His story is neither one of absolute virtue nor irredeemable flaws. It is one of a deeply human figure whose impact on history cannot be ignored. Jefferson's influence stretches far beyond his presidency. The Louisiana Purchase expanded the United States into an empire of liberty, and his vision for westward expansion helped shape the nation's destiny. His commitment to education culminated in the founding of the University of Virginia, a lasting testament to his belief in the power of knowledge. His writings continue to inspire debates on government, individual rights, and the role of democracy. Yet, modern historians no longer shy away from the darker aspects of his life. His relationship with Sally Hemings, a woman he enslaved, is now widely acknowledged as historical fact. His financial mismanagement left him in deep debt at the time of his death, a stark contrast to the image of a prosperous statesman. His policies, while forward-thinking in many ways, also carried unintended consequences, including economic hardship caused by the Embargo Act of 1807. The final years of Jefferson's life were marked by reflection and correspondence. His renewed friendship with John Adams brought profound discussions on the nature of government and the fate of the American Republic. As the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence approached, Jefferson saw the nation he helped build standing at the edge of a new era. On July 4, 1826, both he and Adams passed away, their deaths forever intertwined with the birth of American independence. Jefferson's legacy has been debated, dissected, and redefined over time. To some, he remains an icon of liberty and democracy. To others, he is a reminder of the contradictions and moral failings of the nation's founders. But one truth remains: his contributions, both admirable and controversial, shaped the very foundation of the United States. The story of Thomas Jefferson is not a simple one, and it should not be told as such. It is a tale of brilliance and contradiction, of triumph and failure, of ideals and realities. In the end, Jefferson was not merely a symbol, he was a man, and like all men, he left behind a legacy open to interpretation, criticism, and reflection. Perhaps that is the most fitting conclusion to his story, a legacy that demands to be examined, not blindly revered. Ancient Egypt stands as one of the most influential and fascinating civilizations in human history. Its story spans over 3 millennia, from the dawn of its unification around 3100 BCE to its eventual decline in the 4th century CE. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's unique geography and natural resources played a pivotal role in the formation and growth of its remarkable culture and society. This chapter introduces the beginnings of ancient Egyptian civilization, its rise, and the crucial role the Nile played in shaping one of the greatest ancient cultures. The geography of ancient Egypt was central to its development. The country is located in northeastern Africa, bordered by deserts to the east and west, and by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. But perhaps the most significant geographic feature of Egypt was the Nile River, which stretched for over 4,000 miles from Central Africa to the Mediterranean. The Nile provided a lifeline to the Egyptians, offering water, transportation, fertile soil, and abundant fish and wildlife. Each year the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich silt that enabled the Egyptians to cultivate crops and sustain large populations. The annual flooding of the Nile was seen as a gift from the gods, an event that allowed Egypt to thrive as an agricultural powerhouse. Beyond its geographical advantages, Egypt's natural isolation, protected by vast deserts, provided a sense of stability and security. This allowed Egyptian culture and society to develop relatively undisturbed by outside forces for many centuries. It was within this unique environment that one of the earliest great civilizations of antiquity would rise. The early history of Egypt is marked by its unification. Before around 3100 BCE, Egypt was divided into two kingdoms: Upper Egypt, located to the south, and Lower Egypt, located in the north around the Nile Delta. The unification of these two regions is traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, who became the first pharaoh of a unified Egypt. Narmer's unification marked the beginning of the dynastic period, a time when Egypt would be ruled by a succession of powerful and influential dynasties. With the establishment of the first dynasty around 3100 BCE, Egypt's political and religious structures began to take shape. The pharaoh, viewed as both a divine ruler and the earthly representative of the gods, was central to the government. Pharaohs would rule over Egypt for centuries, and their power and influence were supported by a class of officials, priests, and soldiers. In this early period, Egypt's distinct cultural and religious practices began to emerge, setting the stage for the monumental achievements that would follow. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian civilization was its complex and enduring religious system. The Egyptians believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, each of whom governed various aspects of nature and human life. Central to their belief system was the concept of Ma, which represented order, balance, and justice. The pharaoh was considered the earthly guarantor of Ma, ensuring harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The dynastic period also saw the development of Egypt's distinct art, architecture, and writing systems. The Egyptians are perhaps best known for their monumental achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, which were built as tombs for the pharaohs. These impressive structures, along with the vast temples, monuments, and obelisks that dotted the Egyptian landscape, serve as a testament to the engineering and artistic capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. In terms of writing, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial symbols used to record religious texts, royal decrees, and historical events. This writing system played a key role in the preservation of Egypt's history and culture, allowing future generations to understand and learn from the accomplishments of their ancestors. Egypt's rise as a powerful civilization was also facilitated by its access to trade routes, which connected it to the broader Mediterranean world, the Near East, and Africa. Egypt's wealth, culture, and influence spread throughout the ancient world, and its legacy would continue to inspire civilizations for millennia. In summary, ancient Egypt was born out of its unique geography, the fertile Nile River, and the development of a strong, centralized government under the leadership of the pharaohs. Over time, Egypt would rise to become one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient world. Its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, religion, and governance would shape the trajectory of history and leave a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The origins of Egyptian religion are deeply entwined with the development of Egyptian society itself. Religion was not just a system of beliefs in ancient Egypt. It was an integral part of daily life, governing everything from politics to social norms to individual actions. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods were intimately involved in every aspect of their world, from the rising and setting of the sun to the flooding of the Nile. Understanding Egyptian religion requires us to explore how these beliefs emerged, how they evolved, and how they influenced the daily lives of the people. The roots of Egyptian religion are believed to stretch back to pre-dynastic times, long before the unification of Egypt in 3100 BCE. Early Egyptian religious beliefs were animistic, focusing on the worship of natural forces and deities associated with the elements, animals, and aspects of nature. Over time, these beliefs became more structured and began to form a coherent system. As communities grew and settled along the banks of the Nile, the Egyptians began to personify natural forces and the cycles of life and death, leading to the creation of a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. The formation of the Egyptian pantheon was gradual, with local deities worshipped in specific regions, often associated with cities or natural features such as rivers, animals, or the sun. Over time, these regional gods merged and became part of a larger, unified system. The gods in the Egyptian pantheon were typically anthropomorphic, meaning they had human-like features, though they often had animal characteristics as well. Some of the most important gods included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Isis, the mother goddess, Horus, the god of kingship, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These gods were believed to govern various aspects of the cosmos and were deeply connected to both the natural and supernatural worlds. In addition to the major gods and goddesses, the Egyptians also believed in a variety of spirits and lesser deities who influenced daily life. These included household gods, protective spirits, and deities associated with specific tasks, such as Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge. The importance of these gods in the everyday life of Egyptians cannot be overstated. Priests, temples, and rituals were a constant part of Egyptian society. Religious practices were central to political life as well, as the pharaohs were seen as divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's role was not only as a political leader, but also as a religious figure, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and harmony. One of the most important concepts in Egyptian religion was Ma'at, which represented order, balance, and justice. Ma'at was seen as the fundamental force that maintained harmony in the universe, ensuring that everything in the world functioned according to divine will. Ma'at was personified as a goddess, often depicted with an ostrich feather on her head. This concept was central to Egyptian spirituality, influencing the actions of the pharaoh and every aspect of the kingdom. The pharaoh's primary duty was to uphold Ma'at, ensuring that justice and order prevailed both in the physical world and in the afterlife. Ma'at's role in Egyptian religion extended beyond the actions of the ruler. It was believed that every individual had a responsibility to live according to the principles of Ma'at, ensuring personal harmony and the well-being of society. This meant behaving in a morally upright manner, following the laws, and respecting the gods. The Egyptians believed that if Ma'at was disrupted, chaos and disorder would ensue. The concept of Ma'at was also connected to the idea of judgment in the afterlife. In the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at to determine whether they had lived a righteous life and could enter the afterlife. The daily rituals and religious observances of the Egyptians were intricately connected to their beliefs in Ma'at. Temples were built in honor of the gods, where priests performed daily rituals to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of Egypt. These rituals involved offerings of food, incense, and other gifts, and were intended to sustain the gods and keep cosmic balance intact. Major festivals and celebrations were held throughout the year to honor specific gods, with the most important being the festival of the Opet, which celebrated the divine union of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptians also believed that their gods had human characteristics and could be both benevolent and wrathful. The gods were seen as protectors, guiding their people through difficult times, but they were also capable of punishing those who violated the principles of Ma'at. One of the most famous examples of divine wrath is the story of the sun god Ra, who sent the goddess Sekhmet to punish humanity for their disobedience. The balance between divine protection and retribution was an essential part of Egyptian religious thought. In conclusion, the origins of Egyptian religion were shaped by the need to understand and cope with the natural world and the forces that governed it. Over time, this evolved into a rich and complex system of beliefs centered around a pantheon of gods and the concept of Ma'at. Religion in Egypt was not a separate part of life. It was interwoven with every aspect of society, from governance to daily rituals. The gods and goddesses were seen as integral to the welfare of the state, and their influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life. As such, Egyptian religion played a fundamental role in the development of this great civilization, influencing its politics, culture, and spirituality for centuries. Ra, the sun god, is one of the most powerful and revered deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. As the central figure in Egypt's religious system, Ra was associated with life, light, warmth, and the very essence of creation. His influence was so profound that he became the cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought and was considered the king of all gods. This chapter delves into the myth of Ra's creation, his journey across the sky, and his significant role in Egyptian society and governance. Ra was believed to be the creator of the universe, responsible for bringing light and life to the world. In the Egyptian creation myth, Ra's emergence from the primordial waters of Nun marks the beginning of time and existence. According to one version of the myth, in the beginning there was only darkness and chaos. From the waters of Nun, the ancient Egyptian concept of the primordial ocean, Ra arose as the first divine being. Ra was said to have created himself, and by extension, the cosmos. As the god of the sun, his primary role was to bring order and structure to the world, dispelling the chaos that once ruled. Ra's journey across the sky was a central part of his daily existence. Egyptians believed that Ra traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens each day. As the sun rose in the east, Ra began his journey, sailing from the horizon to the zenith of the sky, where he would reign supreme. As he traveled, Ra would pass through different realms, each with its own challenges and obstacles. At night, Ra would descend into the underworld, known as Duat, where he would battle the forces of darkness and chaos, primarily represented by the serpent Apep or Apophis. The struggle between Ra and Apep symbolized the eternal fight between order and chaos, light and darkness. The myth of Ra's nightly journey was not only a cosmological explanation for the cycle of day and night, but also a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' belief in the need to maintain harmony and balance in the universe. Ra's victory over Apep each night was seen as essential for the continuation of life and the preservation of Maat, the divine order. This daily cycle reinforced the idea that life itself was an ongoing struggle against disorder, and that divine intervention was necessary to maintain cosmic stability. Ra's association with the pharaohs of Egypt was another crucial aspect of his role in Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was considered not only a political leader, but also a divine ruler on earth, directly descended from Ra's. This divine connection was vital for the legitimacy of the pharaoh's reign. Pharaohs were seen as living embodiments of Ra's power and as intermediaries between the gods and the people. As such, the pharaoh's role was to maintain Maat, the divine order, and ensure that Egypt remained protected and prosperous under Ra's watchful gaze. The association between Ra's and the pharaohs is most evident in the royal titulary, which included the phrase "son of Ra's." This title was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and emphasized his close relationship with the sun god. Ra's was seen as the ultimate source of royal authority, and the pharaoh's actions were believed to reflect the will of Ra's. In this sense, the pharaoh was not just a political leader, but a manifestation of Ra's divine power and will on earth. One of the most important aspects of the relationship between Ra's and the pharaoh was the pharaoh's role in maintaining the cosmic order. The pharaoh was seen as the protector of Maat, ensuring that the universe remained in balance and that the natural cycles of life continued uninterrupted. Just as Ra's brought light and life to the world each day, it was the responsibility of the pharaoh to bring order, justice and prosperity to Egypt. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Maat was believed to directly affect the well-being of the country, its people and its rulers. Ra's influence extended beyond the political realm. He was also associated with various temples and monuments built in his honor. The most famous of these is the Temple of Ra's at Heliopolis, which became a major center of worship. At the temple, priests would perform elaborate rituals and sacrifices to honor Ra's and ensure his continued favor. Ra's image was often depicted as a man with the head of a hawk, crowned with a solar disk, which became one of the most recognizable symbols in Egyptian art. His presence was felt not only in religious contexts, but in every aspect of Egyptian culture, from art to architecture to daily life. The concept of Ra's eternal presence and power was also reflected in the Egyptian practice of sun worship. Temples dedicated to Ra's were built throughout Egypt, and sun worship became an important part of Egyptian religious practice. The daily worship of Ra's was not limited to the elite. The general population participated in various sun-related rituals and festivals, which were believed to invoke Ra's blessings for the country's prosperity. In summary, Ra was not only the sun god, but also the very essence of creation, light and life in ancient Egypt. His creation myth explained the origins of the world and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life, while his battle with Apep represented the constant need to uphold Maat, the divine order. His association with the pharaohs emphasized the divine right to rule, and the pharaohs themselves were seen as manifestations of Ra's power. Through the worship of Ra, the ancient Egyptians sought to ensure the continued prosperity and stability of their civilization, placing the sun god at the center of their religious, political, and cultural life. The myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most powerful and influential stories in ancient Egyptian mythology. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis are central figures in the Egyptian religious system, representing death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a symbol of hope for the Egyptians, reinforcing their beliefs about the afterlife and the importance of moral behavior in life. Osiris was originally a god associated with fertility and agriculture. He was a beloved ruler of Egypt, bringing prosperity and abundance to the land. His wife Isis was a goddess of magic and wisdom, known for her devotion to Osiris and her powerful abilities to heal and protect. Together, they represented the harmonious balance of life, death, and rebirth. The myth takes a dark turn when Osiris's brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction, becomes jealous of Osiris's popularity and power. In his envy, Set devises a cunning plan to kill Osiris and take his throne. Set traps Osiris in a beautiful, ornately decorated coffin, which he seals and throws into the Nile River. The coffin is carried away, and Osiris's body is eventually discovered by Isis. Heartbroken, Isis embarks on a quest to find and restore her beloved husband. With the help of her magical powers and the assistance of her sister Nephthys and the jackal-headed god Anubis, Isis is able to recover Osiris's body. However, Set, not willing to allow his brother's resurrection, dismembers Osiris's body and scatters the pieces across Egypt. Undeterred, Isis and her sister search for and reassemble Osiris's body, bringing him back to life through the power of her magic. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most significant events in Egyptian mythology. It symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Osiris's ability to be resurrected represents the promise of life after death and the possibility of regeneration. Osiris, after his resurrection, becomes the ruler of the afterlife, presiding over the judgment of souls and guiding the dead to their final resting place. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs, and Osiris was the key figure in this process. The idea that one could live again in a different form after death provided comfort and hope to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris's resurrection also had profound implications for the pharaohs of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to be the living embodiments of Horus, the son of Osiris, and were thus directly connected to Osiris in both life and death. After their deaths, the pharaohs were believed to join Osiris in the afterlife, and they were often depicted as being reborn in a similar way to their divine ancestor. This connection between Osiris and the pharaohs reinforced the concept of divine kingship and the idea that death was not an end, but a continuation of the eternal cycle. The myth of Osiris and Isis also had a significant impact on the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became the basis for many of the rituals and beliefs surrounding burial and the afterlife. Egyptians believed that through proper burial rites and offerings to the gods, the soul could be assured of its place in the afterlife, where Osiris would judge it and determine its fate. In addition to its religious significance within Egypt, the myth of Osiris and Isis also influenced the afterlife beliefs of later civilizations. The story of Osiris's resurrection would later be echoed in various religious traditions, especially in the concept of a dying and rising god, a motif that appears in numerous mythologies across the world. Some scholars believe that the Osiris myth may have influenced the development of Christian resurrection theology, with similarities between the resurrection of Osiris and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Osiris also became a symbol of hope for the common people of Egypt. In a society where life was often difficult and uncertain, the story of Osiris's resurrection reminded the Egyptians that death was not the end, and that there was hope for renewal and rebirth. The resurrection of Osiris represented the idea that life, in all its forms, was cyclical, renewed each day with the rising of the sun and again with the resurrection of Osiris. In conclusion, the myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most important and enduring stories in ancient Egyptian religion. It encapsulates the central themes of life, death, and resurrection, offering Egyptians both a moral framework for living and a vision of hope for the afterlife. The story's impact extended far beyond Egypt, influencing the religious traditions of later civilizations and continuing to resonate through time as a powerful symbol of rebirth and eternal life. The early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 3100 BCE to 2686 BCE, marks a crucial phase in the formation of one of the most powerful and enduring civilizations in history. It is during this period that Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the rule of the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes. This unification laid the foundation for Egypt's political structure and religious beliefs, while the establishment of the First Dynasty helped to solidify the concept of divine kingship. The story of Narmer's unification of Egypt is one of the most important moments in the history of the ancient world. Narmer, who ruled around 3100 BCE, is believed to have been the king who succeeded in bringing together the two previously separate regions of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was symbolized by the creation of the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial slate slab depicting Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This image clearly shows Narmer as the supreme ruler of both regions, and the palette itself represents one of the earliest examples of Egyptian art that illustrates the idea of unified Egypt. Narmer's successful unification allowed him to establish the First Dynasty, which marked the beginning of a long line of rulers that would dominate Egypt for the next 3 millennia. The title of pharaoh, which was used to refer to the king of Egypt, came to be associated with both political authority and divine status. Pharaohs were considered not only as the supreme political rulers, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Their role as the earthly embodiment of the gods made them central to both the governance of Egypt and its religious practices. With the establishment of the First Dynasty, the pharaohs became key figures in both the spiritual and political lives of the Egyptian people. Their divine status was reflected in their association with the gods, and their authority was seen as ordained by the divine forces. This connection to the gods played a crucial role in ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy and power. The idea of divine kingship also helped to reinforce social order in Egypt, as the pharaoh was seen as a symbol of the gods' will on earth. Another key aspect of the early dynastic period was the beginning of pyramid building projects. Early on, the pharaohs sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and divine connection through monumental architecture. The construction of large-scale structures, including mastebous rectangular tombs and early pyramids, signaled the pharaohs' desire for eternal life and their role in the afterlife. The pyramids, as elaborate tombs for the pharaohs, also reflected the central role of religion in Egyptian life. These tombs were designed not only to house the pharaoh's body, but also to provide a space for their soul to reside in the afterlife. The earliest pyramid building project was the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for Pharaoh Djoser during the Third Dynasty c. 2670 BCE. This pyramid, designed by the architect Imhotep, represented a major architectural innovation and marked the beginning of Egypt's pyramid building tradition. The step pyramid's construction demonstrated the pharaoh's ability to mobilize vast resources and labor forces, as well as the importance of religion in Egyptian society. It was also one of the first large stone structures built in Egypt, setting the stage for the later, more iconic pyramids of the Old Kingdom. The role of the pharaohs in Egyptian religion was intertwined with their political authority. As divine rulers, the pharaohs were seen as responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of order, justice, and harmony. Maat was not only a moral code but also a cosmic order that governed both the heavens and the earth. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Maat by maintaining peace and prosperity, overseeing the proper performance of religious rituals, and ensuring that Egypt was in balance with the gods. The pharaoh's ability to do this was believed to be essential for the continued welfare of the country. In addition to overseeing the rituals that ensured Egypt's continued prosperity, the pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of temples dedicated to the gods. These temples, which were often grand and lavish, served as the focal point for religious life in Egypt. Within these temples, the pharaohs performed rituals and made offerings to the gods to ensure the gods' favor and the prosperity of the land. The early dynastic period laid the groundwork for many of the religious and political practices that would define Egyptian civilization for centuries to come. It established the divine nature of the pharaoh's role and the importance of monumental architecture in expressing power and devotion to the gods. As Egypt moved into the Old Kingdom, the role of the pharaohs in both politics and religion would continue to evolve, leading to the creation of some of the most iconic structures in history, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. In conclusion, the early dynastic period was a foundational time in the history of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under Narmer, the establishment of the First Dynasty, and the rise of the pharaoh as a divine ruler set the stage for the grandeur and influence of Egyptian civilization. The early pyramid building projects and the central role of religion in political life shaped the trajectory of ancient Egypt for centuries, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, is considered one of the most remarkable periods in the history of Egyptian civilization. This era saw the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, monumental achievements that not only symbolized the power and wealth of the pharaohs, but also reflected the deep religious beliefs that permeated ancient Egyptian society. It was a time when the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler, a living god whose role was critical in ensuring the harmony of the cosmos and the prosperity of the nation. The Fourth Dynasty is most famously associated with the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. Khufu's reign marked the pinnacle of pyramid construction, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza being his crowning achievement. This pyramid, the largest of the three pyramids at Giza, is one of the seven wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the pharaoh's power and vision. The Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, and it remains the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It was built with millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, and the scale of the pyramid's construction required a massive workforce of laborers, engineers, and craftsmen. Khufu's pyramid was not only an engineering marvel, but also a deeply religious symbol. The pyramid was designed to be the pharaoh's tomb, but it was also meant to facilitate his journey to the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaohs were not just kings, but were considered divine beings, living gods on earth. The construction of the pyramid was thus seen as a means of ensuring the pharaoh's immortality and divine favor in the afterlife. The pyramid, as well as the surrounding complex of temples and smaller pyramids for the pharaoh's family members, were designed to serve as places where the pharaoh's soul could rest in eternity. Pharaoh Khufu's divine status was not an isolated concept. It was part of a broader religious framework that emphasized the pharaoh's connection to the gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. Ra was believed to be the creator of all life, and the pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. This divine status of the pharaoh was essential in maintaining Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of order, balance, and justice, which was vital for the continued prosperity of Egypt. During the Fourth Dynasty, The belief in the pharaoh's divine nature was reinforced through rituals, monuments, and inscriptions that linked the pharaoh with the gods. Khufu, for example, was often depicted in royal imagery as a godlike figure, further solidifying his divine status. The building of massive pyramids such as the Great Pyramid was a physical manifestation of this divine connection. By constructing these grand structures, the pharaohs were not just asserting their political power, but were also fulfilling their religious duties to ensure the favor of the gods and the stability of the world. Another significant development during the Fourth Dynasty was the introduction of the concept of the Ka, which would become central to Egyptian ideas about the afterlife. The Ka was believed to be a person's soul or spiritual essence, and it was thought to live on after the body's death. The pharaoh's Ka was considered to be eternal, continuing to exist in the afterlife. This belief influenced the construction of elaborate tombs, as the pharaoh's Ka needed a place to reside after death. The pyramid was therefore not only a tomb, but also a place for the pharaoh's Ka to be preserved for eternity. The concept of the Ka also had a broader societal impact. It reinforced the belief that the soul was just as important as the body, and that the afterlife was an extension of earthly life. The Ka required offerings of food, drink, and other items to ensure its well-being in the afterlife. This is why tombs were often filled with goods that the deceased might need in the next world. For the pharaohs, these goods were often placed in elaborate burial chambers within the pyramids, ensuring that the pharaoh's Ka would remain nourished and cared for in the afterlife. In addition to Khufu, his successors in the Fourth Dynasty, such as Pharaoh Khafre Chephren and Pharaoh Menkaure, continued the tradition of pyramid building. Khafre, for example, built the second pyramid at Giza, and his complex is also home to the famous Great Sphinx, a massive limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. The Sphinx is believed to represent Khafre himself, further emphasizing the pharaoh's divine nature and his role as a god on earth. The pyramid building projects of the Fourth Dynasty were not only about the pharaoh's afterlife, but also about reinforcing the political and religious order of Egypt. These massive monuments were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule, and they served as reminders of the eternal connection between the ruler and the gods. They were also expressions of Egypt's ability to mobilize labor, resources, and technology to create awe-inspiring structures that would stand for millennia. In conclusion, the Pyramid Age and the Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt represent one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of the ancient world. The reign of Pharaoh Khufu, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands as a lasting testament to the divine authority of the pharaohs and their role in ensuring the balance of the universe. The introduction of the Ka and the emphasis on the afterlife further solidified the religious beliefs of the time, and the pyramid-building projects of the era were monumental, both in their scope and their cultural significance. The legacy of the Fourth Dynasty continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egypt and the ancient world as a whole. The Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 to 1650 BCE, marks a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history. This era followed a time of instability known as the First Intermediate Period, where the once unified kingdom had fractured, leading to political disarray and decentralization. As Egypt transitioned from the Old Kingdom, the power of the pharaohs was restored, and a new era of stability and prosperity emerged. The Middle Kingdom would lay the groundwork for many of Egypt's most lasting achievements, both politically and religiously. The Middle Kingdom began with the reunification of Egypt under Pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who established the 11th dynasty. His victory over rival dynasties and his ability to restore centralized authority were crucial in bringing Egypt out of the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Following his reign, the 12th dynasty, which included pharaohs like Amenemhat I and Senusret I, brought further stability to the nation. These pharaohs focused on administrative reforms, military campaigns, and large-scale building projects, which marked the beginning of the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. One of the most significant developments during the Middle Kingdom was the rise of the god Amun. Amun's emergence as a powerful deity reflects the broader religious transformations that took place during this period. Initially, Amun was a local god worshipped primarily in Thebes, a city in Upper Egypt. However, as the Middle Kingdom progressed, Amun's status was elevated, and he became one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Amun's rise to prominence coincided with the growing political and religious power of Thebes. As the capital of the Middle Kingdom shifted back to Thebes, Amun became closely associated with the pharaohs, who sought to consolidate their political and divine power by aligning themselves with this powerful god. Amun's attributes as a creator god and his connection to the sun made him an appealing figure for the pharaohs, who were eager to strengthen their divine right to rule. Over time, Amun's role expanded, and he was associated with creation, fertility, and kingship. The role of Amun in religious life reached its peak during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat II, who ruled during the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat II, like his predecessors, worked to strengthen the political and religious unity of Egypt, and he did so in part by fostering the worship of Amun. This religious alliance between the pharaohs and Amun helped to solidify the legitimacy of the ruling family, as it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's power came from divine favor. Amenemhat II and his successors built grand temples dedicated to Amun in Thebes, which became a center of religious worship and political authority. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs were often portrayed as the earthly representatives of the gods, and they used their connection to Amun to further strengthen their rule. Amun was seen as a protector of the pharaoh and the nation, and his favor was crucial for ensuring the pharaoh's success in both war and peace. As the pharaoh's association with Amun grew, the god's cult became increasingly influential, and his high priests gained significant power and wealth. This growing influence of Amun would have long-lasting consequences for Egyptian religion. By the New Kingdom period, Amun would be firmly established as the king of the gods, a status he would hold for centuries. The rise of Amun also led to the development of monumental religious architecture, including the vast temple complexes that would be built in his honor, such as the Temple of Karnak. The construction of these temples became a symbol of both the pharaoh's devotion to Amun and the pharaoh's divine right to rule Egypt. Another important aspect of the Middle Kingdom was the development of literature and culture. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were not only great military and political leaders, but also patrons of the arts. This period saw the production of some of the most famous works of Egyptian literature, including the wisdom literature and the Tale of Sinuhe, a narrative that explores themes of exile, identity, and the divine order. These literary works reflect the values and beliefs of the time and offer insight into the social and religious landscape of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom also saw the beginning of Egypt's expansion beyond its borders. Pharaohs like Senusret III launched military campaigns into Nubia and the Sinai Peninsula, securing valuable resources and asserting Egyptian power over neighboring regions. These campaigns were not just about territorial expansion. They were also a way for the pharaohs to reinforce their divine right to rule by demonstrating their power and influence over foreign lands. In conclusion, the Middle Kingdom was a time of consolidation for Egypt, both politically and religiously. The transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom brought stability after a period of turmoil, and the rise of Amun as a major deity played a central role in this process. The pharaoh's association with Amun helped to legitimize their power, and the god's influence would continue to grow throughout Egyptian history. The Middle Kingdom also saw advancements in literature, military expansion, and monumental architecture, all of which contributed to Egypt's long-lasting legacy. The Middle Kingdom is remembered as a time of great achievement, and it set the stage for the golden age of the new kingdom that would follow. The reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, c. 1353–1336 BCE, represents one of the most radical and controversial periods in ancient Egyptian history. Known for his religious revolution, Akhenaten introduced a drastic departure from the long-established polytheistic beliefs of Egypt by embracing monotheism. His dedication to the worship of Aten, the sun disk, marked a significant shift in both religious practices and societal norms. This chapter will explore Akhenaten's religious reform, its impact on Egyptian art and culture, and the return to traditional polytheism after his death. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended to the throne during the 18th dynasty, a period when Egypt was at the height of its power. Initially, he ruled under the traditional pantheon of gods, but in a dramatic break with tradition, Akhenaten introduced the worship of Aten as the sole god. Aten, depicted as a sun disk with rays extending to the earth, became the central figure in Akhenaten's religious vision. Unlike the other gods, who were often represented in human or animal form, Aten was symbolized as a simple disk of light, emphasizing his abstract, all-encompassing nature. This religious revolution was not merely a change in the gods worshipped, it was an entire reorganization of Egyptian society and culture. Akhenaten built a new capital city, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, which was dedicated entirely to the worship of Aten. The city was designed with an open, airy layout, reflecting the god's association with the sun and the sky. Akhenaten's decision to move the capital away from Thebes, the traditional center of religious power, was a bold political statement as well. He aimed to shift both the political and religious center of Egypt to Aten, and away from the established priesthood of Amun, who had long held great influence in Egypt. Akhenaten's religious reform also had a profound impact on Egyptian art. Traditional Egyptian art had followed strict conventions, with idealized depictions of the pharaohs and gods. However, during Akhenaten's reign, there was a radical departure from these norms. In the art of the Amarna period, Akhenaten and his family were depicted with exaggerated features, such as elongated heads and necks, which may have symbolized their divine nature, or simply been a stylistic choice. These depictions were far more naturalistic than previous royal portrayals, which had adhered to rigid conventions of royal perfection. This shift in artistic style is seen as a reflection of Akhenaten's desire to emphasize a more personal and intimate connection with the divine, as opposed to the grand, idealized representations of past pharaohs. In addition to the religious and artistic changes, Akhenaten's reign also led to significant social and economic disruptions. The shift to the worship of Aten undermined the power of the priesthood of Amun, who had controlled vast wealth and influence. As Akhenaten reduced the prominence of Amun and the traditional temples, it is likely that many in Egyptian society, especially the priests and elites, resisted his reforms. This disruption, combined with other factors such as the decline of Egypt's international influence during Akhenaten's reign, may have contributed to the instability that followed his death. Akhenaten's religious reforms were not long-lasting. After his death, his successor, the boy pharaoh Tutankhamun, restored the traditional polytheistic beliefs and the worship of Amun. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, marked a return to the old religious order. The city of Akhetamun was abandoned, and the focus of religious and political life returned to Thebes and the worship of the traditional gods. Akhenaten's successor, I, also continued this trend, by erasing Akhenaten's name and legacy from monuments and inscriptions. The restoration of polytheism was followed by a return to the strong influence of the Amun priesthood. The power and wealth of the priesthood of Amun were quickly restored, and the gods of Egypt returned to their prominent positions in the religious hierarchy. Akhenaten's radical religious reforms were largely erased from memory, and his reign became an anomaly in Egyptian history. However, despite the eventual return to polytheism, Akhenaten's reign had a lasting impact on Egyptian art and culture. The artistic style of the Amun period influenced subsequent generations of Egyptian artists, who incorporated elements of Akhenaten's more naturalistic approach into their work. Additionally, Akhenaten's attempt at monotheism sparked debates that would resurface in later periods of Egyptian history, as well as in other ancient civilizations. Akhenaten's religious revolution remains one of the most fascinating and perplexing episodes in ancient Egyptian history. His shift to monotheism and the worship of Akhenaten was a bold experiment in religious and political power, but it was ultimately short-lived. Nevertheless, his reign continues to capture the imagination of scholars and historians, who debate the reasons behind his religious reforms and their impact on Egyptian society. In the end, Akhenaten's legacy is one of both innovation and rejection, a reminder of the complexity and fluidity of religious and cultural traditions in ancient Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter remains one of the most significant archaeological finds in history. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained an extraordinary wealth of treasures, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamun, as well as countless artifacts that have provided invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian culture, art, and religion. This discovery not only brought King Tut to international fame, but also shed new light on the religious and political history of Egypt, particularly during the transition from the reign of Akhenaten to the restoration of traditional polytheistic worship. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne at a young age, likely around the age of 9 or 10, following the death of his father, Akhenaten, and the subsequent collapse of Akhenaten's religious reforms. Akhenaten's attempt to establish the worship of Akhenes, the sole god, had been deeply controversial, and after his death, the return to the traditional religious order was inevitable. As pharaoh, Tutankhamun was a figurehead, with the real power lying in the hands of his advisors, such as the Vizier I and General Horemheb. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tutankhamun's reign was marked by the restoration of the traditional polytheistic beliefs that had been disrupted by Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's most significant religious actions were his restoration of the worship of the old gods, particularly Amun, the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Akhenaten's efforts to suppress the worship of Amun had caused widespread unrest, and the return to the traditional gods was seen as a necessary step to heal the divisions caused by Akhenaten's reign. Tutankhamun's restoration of Amun worship included the reopening of temples that had been closed during the Amun period and the reinstatement of the powerful Amun priesthood. The pharaoh also took steps to erase Akhenaten's name from monuments and inscriptions as part of the broader effort to undo his predecessor's religious changes. Although Tutankhamun's reign was short, he died around the age of 18 or 19. His restoration of the old gods had a profound impact on Egyptian religious life. The gods, such as Amun, Osiris, and Ra, returned to their central positions in the Egyptian religious system. Amun, in particular, regained his status as the king of the gods, and his cult based in Thebes flourished once again. The power of the priesthood of Amun was strengthened, and Egypt's religious and political landscape returned to the familiar order that had existed prior to Akhenaten's reforms. In addition to the religious changes, the afterlife beliefs of Egyptian pharaohs also played a central role in Tutankhamun's reign. Like all pharaohs, Tutankhamun's ultimate goal was to ensure a successful journey to the afterlife, where he would join the gods and continue his reign in a divine realm. Egyptian religion held that the pharaoh's soul, or Ka, was eternal, and it was the pharaoh's duty to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order, during his reign. Upon death, the pharaoh's Ka was believed to journey through the underworld, facing various trials and challenges before ultimately reaching the realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his role in the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs. Osiris, originally a god of fertility and agriculture, became associated with death and resurrection. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set and dismembered, but his wife, Isis, successfully reassembled his body, allowing him to be resurrected. This myth of death and rebirth was symbolic of the eternal cycle of life, death and renewal, and it was central to the pharaoh's understanding of the afterlife. The pharaoh's connection to Osiris was believed to ensure his immortality. Upon death, the pharaoh's body would be preserved through mummification, and his Ka would be placed in a tomb along with offerings for the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, contained not only the pharaoh's mummy, but also a wealth of objects intended to ensure his comfort and survival in the afterlife. These items included furniture, clothing, jewelry, and food, as well as statues and representations of the gods, including Osiris and Amun. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the pharaoh's close connection to the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to journey through the sky each day, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's influence on Egyptian religion was profound, and the pharaoh's role as the living embodiment of Ra was a central part of his divine authority. In the afterlife, the pharaoh was thought to join Ra in the celestial realm, ensuring the continued order and prosperity of Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb not only provided a wealth of material culture, but also illuminated the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt. The tomb's treasures, many of which were devoted to the gods of Egypt, reveal the deep reverence with which the pharaohs approached the divine realm. Tutankhamun's tomb contained numerous statues, amulets, and inscriptions that demonstrate the importance of the gods in his life and death. These artifacts highlight the belief in a divine order that transcended earthly existence and the pharaoh's essential role in maintaining that order. In conclusion, Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, was marked by the restoration of Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs and a return to the worship of the gods, particularly Amun and Osiris. The discovery of his tomb has provided modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the religious practices, art, and material culture of ancient Egypt. The gods of Egypt, from Amun and Osiris to Ra, played a central role in the afterlife beliefs of the pharaohs, and the legacy of these beliefs continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world today. The New Kingdom c. 1550–1070 BCE is often regarded as the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, marked by immense military power, cultural flourishing, and monumental building projects. Among the many great pharaohs of this period, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, stands out as one of the most influential and legendary rulers in Egyptian history. His reign, lasting from 1279 to 1213 BCE, is considered a high point in Egyptian power, with Ramses II being celebrated for his military successes, his role in constructing vast temple complexes, and his consolidation of Egypt's divine right to rule through his association with the gods. Ramses II's reign followed a period of relative stability after the turbulent 18th dynasty, during which Egypt had established its dominance in the ancient world. Under Ramses II, Egypt reached the height of its territorial expansion and political influence. His military campaigns, especially against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrated his prowess as a warrior and strategic leader. Although the battle itself was inconclusive, Ramses II presented it as a great victory, securing his reputation as a defender of Egypt's borders and an upholder of Ma'at, the divine order. The gods played a central role in legitimizing Ramses II's reign, reinforcing his divine right to rule. Amun, Ra, and Pa, three of the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon, were closely associated with the pharaoh, as they were with all Egyptian rulers. Amun, as the king of the gods, was the most prominent deity associated with Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the earthly representative of Amun, who was believed to give the pharaoh divine sanction to rule. The close relationship between Ramses II and Amun was evident in the construction of grand temples and monuments dedicated to the god, which not only served religious purposes, but also reinforced the pharaoh's authority and divine right. Ra, the sun god, was also of central importance during Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the living embodiment of Ra, particularly in the context of his military campaigns, where he was shown as a divine warrior under Ra's protection. Ra's influence extended beyond the earthly realm, as the pharaoh was also believed to join Ra in the afterlife, continuing his rule in the celestial realm. The pharaoh's association with Ra reinforced his status as the protector of Egypt and the guarantor of its prosperity. Ptah, the god of creation and craftsmanship, was another important deity during Ramses II's reign. Ptah was particularly associated with the city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, and Ramses II, as a ruler deeply invested in monumental architecture, sought to honor Ptah through the construction of temples and statues. The pharaoh's connection to Ptah underscored his role as a builder and creator, further solidifying his divine authority. Ramses II's dedication to the gods was not limited to his military exploits. It was also expressed in his monumental construction projects. Throughout his reign, Ramses II oversaw the building of some of Egypt's most iconic temples and monuments, many of which were dedicated to the gods he revered. One of the most famous of these is the Abu Simbel complex, located in southern Egypt near the Nubian border. The temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside, is an awe-inspiring example of Ramses II's architectural ambition. The complex features 4 colossal statues of Ramses II seated on a throne, symbolizing his dominance over both the earthly and divine realms. The Abu Simbel temples were not only a testament to Ramses II's grandeur, but also a demonstration of the pharaoh's role as the chosen of the gods. The temples were specifically designed to honor Ra-Horakhti, the sun god, and to celebrate Ramses II's divine right to rule. The most impressive aspect of the Abu Simbel temple is the fact that twice a year during the solstices, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctum, illuminating the statues of Ramses II and the gods, further emphasizing the pharaoh's connection to Ra and the divine. In addition to the Abu Simbel temples, Ramses II also commissioned the construction of several other monumental structures, including the Ramseum, a mortuary temple dedicated to his own memory, and the temple at Karnak, which was expanded and enriched during his reign. These monumental buildings not only showcased Ramses II's devotion to the gods, but also reinforced his legacy as a ruler who had ensured Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Ramses II's reign was also marked by the flourishing of Egyptian art, literature, and culture. The pharaoh was not only a military and political leader, but also a patron of the arts. His reign saw the production of grand inscriptions and reliefs that depicted his victories, divine associations, and building projects. The artistry of the time reflected the grandeur and power of the pharaoh, with intricate carvings, paintings and sculptures that continue to captivate audiences today. Ramses II's long reign, which lasted 66 years, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity for Egypt, but it also marked the apex of Egypt's imperial ambitions. By the time of his death, Egypt had become the dominant power in the ancient world, and Ramses II's legacy as one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs was firmly established. His military victories, religious devotion and monumental building projects ensured that his name would be remembered for millennia. In conclusion, the reign of Ramses II represents the height of Egypt's power during the New Kingdom. The pharaoh's close association with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra and Ptah, reinforced his divine right to rule, and his grand building projects, including the Abu Simbel temples, stand as enduring symbols of his authority and devotion. Ramses II's reign was a time of military success, cultural flourishing, and religious consolidation, and his legacy continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization.